Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl we've been missing. We wanna have her kissing. We find her, now we in love. So go so the remix.
DMB, Tux Bites, remix.
Now if I had to lose you like a bad phone connection, I'd change my game to get a better reception. Sit back, let's start this interaction. Don't fight the feelings, just a chain reaction. Your heart won't give you the wrong instructions. Like my GPS, yes, I got the right direction. We gotta merge together like a road intersection. Last stop is gonna be my love and affection. I ain't like the mother dudes, they wanna call you shorty, but I'ma call you a beautiful girl. I took your picture home, my mama saw it, she's a very, very beautiful girl. I wanna put you in my video, cause you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. So when you hear us on your radio, turn up your stereo. It's a beautiful girl.
Gotta find a shorty, what's worth of a lady. It's nice, but maybe doesn't look like 40. It's taking a little time. I wasn't seeing no signs, any traces of my baby. Who's gonna be my baby? But I thought I'm gonna take my time. But then it took a long fine eye. I saw a shorty passing by. She's got this very pretty smile. It was right at the bus station. I tried to make a conversation, holding her arms, feeling so charmed. I felt the sensation. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Now I realize I found me a beautiful girl. She's a model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it by. Beautiful girl, smiling eyes are killing tight. I found me a beautiful girl.
Body me LP,
My wish came true when I saw you, girl. God must have blessed me with your beauty, girl. Looking so right from your head to your toe. Shaped like a cocoa bottle with a smile of a queen. My queen to be, you my destiny. Got a body of a goddess with your beauty. I'm impressed and I'm never in distress. Come on over and be mine. Been searching for a man and now all the cats keep looking to mine. With a sexy walk and a sexy talk. She must be from a planet called the sexy world. I know I ain't tripping, better yet I'm thinking put a ring on the finger. We look good together. Take your place in my heart. With your beauty I'ma say that I'll never turn away. Who would think I'm in love?
Such the way she smiles at me just really makes me weak. The way she speaks to me just really make me go so weak. Keep tearing in her eyebrows. All I kept on saying is wow. If you touch as a breezy night, all I really want in my life. Oh yeah, it's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl, sparkling night, killing tight. I found me a beautiful girl. Yeah, beautiful girl, most beautiful girl. Yeah. Beautiful girl.
Damn. Money. You seen her? Hot Ice. Have you seen her? LP. Have you seen her? I'ma go over to Tux Bites. I know you've probably seen her. He has a lot of beautiful girls with him. Tux, it's DMB, baby. Look,
Beautiful.
I look for a while, but I can't seem to find a beautiful girl so I can make her mine. Time after time, I've been searching for a while, but every girl I meet never seems worthwhile. What can I do? I pray to God for an answer. I feel pains in my heart like cancer, and when I find her, I'm gonna romance her. Lace of her presents and gifts, call me Santa. Claus, I make a heartbeat pause. That's my girl, homeboy, not yours. The girl of my dreams, she's more than I ever thought. Show me Aston Kutcher, I think I'm getting punked. She's what I really want, so I'ma go get her. Since I'm a go getter, you know I'm gon' get her. And I will give her the world, anything for my beautiful girl.
Psych. Ooh, it's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl, sparkling night, killing
as you're touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.
Man of prestige. Ha! Now this guy win. Now you win. Now you win today. Now you win. Now you win. I agree. Man of prestige. Now man you be.
I'm sure some people will be jealous now the way I talk about Ola. But I have learned a lot from him. That's why I keep telling you to follow him. If you don't follow Man of Prestige, now you know.
What is going on? Welcome back. What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. We're live Chinye, not to what's going on. My G's, my day here. Saturday afternoon. I haven't done this in a long time, so brace yourself. I wanted to do a session today where we won't have to be on a time crunch. I'm not in a rush. If I did it at 5 p.m., then I will have to finish at 7 or 6:45, you know. So, and as you know, I don't get to do as much live as I would like to right now. So I wanted to come by and just chop it up with all of y'all. How you guys doing? I hope you guys are fine. I trust you're doing well. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you are notified when we go live. We have a conversation. Maybe a couple of conversations, right, to have today. Shout out to my sponsors: Mo Fresh Life with Natu Adesua, Film Girl, Open Floor by Tima, Gorex Corner, D Love 3000, Yes TV. Shout out to you. You can sponsor today's show for as low as 99 cents. For the month of April, our goal is $200. I actually want to try to see if we can hit $300 today. Is that possible? I don't know. You can just contribute your own quota by simply hitting the $sign. If we have enough people giving $10 today, we might just hit it. But today I have all types of I'm prepared to give a lot of value today, to bring some value to our ongoing conversations about life and relationship. Basically, what we do here, we extract life and relationship lessons from trendy topics from a self-social power, seduction, attraction, and emotional intelligence standpoint. That's what we do here. I've written quite a few books, co-written about 2 books with my wife on relationships, and you can download those books absolutely for free. Here they are. All right, you have this book, Get My Marriage Back. You have our newest book, which is Number One Red Flag, and we have I've authored 2 books on real estate. There's Real Estate Money Secrets, and there's Smart Real Estate Wholesaling. These books are free at manofprestige.com, and of course, digital marketing certified. I'm going through a boot camp on my other channel, my Empire Pro, with this right now. So we're going like 1 day per week. It was 2 days per week, but it's going to be 1 day per week right now, because I actually want people to execute what they're learning. Okay, then also it will simultaneously give me some room to continue what we're doing. Digital Marketing Certified. You can download all of these books. They're free at manofprestige.com. Also, we have the merch. You can get the merch from merch.manofprestige.com. You can also send me an email. We do offer personal coaching. Okay, if you're interested in that, it is not free. I do offer a complimentary free session. Okay, but if you're interested in any one of those, you want to have a conversation first, send us an email at ask@manofprestige.com. The kind of stuff I cover here, I have to generalize to an extent, because I'm talking in generals and I can't get too specific or personal. That's why I use the trendy topics, because it's a little extra step closer to personals, but the truth is that any principles I'm teaching you here, the application to your personal life and story is unique to you. The principles don't work the same for everyone. So you want to be careful, not turn them to some absolute religion, even if it sounds good to you. You might hear me drag men small and it sounds good to you in that moment. Application might be different from you. You might hear me drag women small and then you might feel good in that moment. Application to your personal story is unique to you, it's different from people to people. So at some point you're going to need personal coaching if you are going through some kind of woto. All right, now before we continue today, with that being said, we do have a long, I don't want to say long session, but we have some conversation to have today. I do want to play a video for you. This video is our homepage video now. Let me see if I can quickly find it. It's our homepage video now. Yep, I think it's here. Let me see. Where is it? I hope I can find it easily. What did I call it? Okay, I think I found it. Yay. Let me see. 6 April 2nd. April 2nd, 8. Okay, I think it's this one. All right, this video.
Burning you up. My name is Ola.
All right. So some of you might have seen this video. Let me see how many minutes. It's a little bit of a minute, but I want you to watch it. Okay. And then we're gonna get started with today's shows. This is about the coaching services that we offer. Just in case you're wondering, what is it that we're selling? Well, obviously, I offer coaching services on the back end. I offer the books are also, if you're going to, they're also available on Amazon, audible.com. You also, if you want physical like this, you have to pay for the material and the shipping and stuff like that. All right, but I'm going to play this video just to catch up to speed, and then we have some conversation. We're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about a conversation that went on Hardly Initiated today. I think I want to talk about the fresh and fit stuff too. It's not a red. You can't keep saying it's a red pill conversation. It's not a red pill conversation. All of us, like some of these conversations are coming up because there are real issues. So let's address the issues, and but we're going to talk about at some point you're going to have to implement this stuff in your personal life, in your personal relationships, and we're in that space. You need coaching. You need someone to teach you, and especially from an evidence-based standpoint, as opposed to just theoretical stuff. Okay, most of the stuff that you've been learning, the repetitive talking points, they haven't been working for a lot of people. The formulas, they're not working, So it's time to pay attention. Let me play this and then we'll be back.
Warning, don't stay another minute, much less another day in that relationship or marriage if you know it's toxic and you're not sure until you watch this short video. I've been there. I can relate with the state of feeling stuck in a relationship or marriage that seems to be going nowhere. You wonder if you had become so unfortunate to pick the wrong partner. But then the other day it seemed like you could fall in love all over with your partner again. It's confusing, right? Exhausted, and you are about to give up on the whole thing. Sex and intimacy is no longer what it used to be. If it exists at all, it feels like a chore, or worst, a punishment. Maybe you, like I used to be, now dread the idea of expressing yourself. You feel as though you will get shut down as usual. Funny enough, my wife felt the same thing. You're walking on eggshells and you carry this resentment around secretly like a badge of honor, burning you up inside. You're no longer sure of what the future holds, and the idea of being intentional just seems to backfire no matter how much you've tried to rekindle things. How do I know? Who am I? My name is Ola, the creator of the Prestige family and one half of a life partnership with my wife Lola, and I can help you starting immediately to create a brand new love experience. You do not have to go another minute suffering through a painful relationship. You're one step away from the harmonious relationship you always dreamt about. If you've been on the internet for any amount of time, you've seen all types of relationship and marriage destiny helpers, therapists, and coaches. And frankly, you're tired of another divorced or single person trying to coach or counsel you with the purpose of acquiring a healthy and fruitful relationship. How, right? You've seen people who are not interested in marriage, family, and children having the loudest opinion about what makes them work or not. So you're sick and tired of it all, probably more so than you're tired of your partner. I know what you mean. It's frustrating. You've also seen those on the extreme of all men are scum or all women lack accountability. They complain all live stream long and offer no lasting solution. So you're drained, but something tells you there is still a way. You've been told that communication is key, and of course, you've initiated these conversations. How many times again? Every single time you get your face handed to you, and probably your partner don't know what he or she is doing either. Just messy. You're getting ready to let go of your pride, but you needed this video finally to realize that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is just plain insanity, right? You might even be thinking about closing the chapter and moving on. But of course, you're confused and can't even make what seems like a straightforward decision. Lola and I have been there, and we know what you're going through. It's not your fault. It's deeper than distributing blame, fault, and condemnations. As a matter of fact, the more you do that, the worse it gets. That's where our 10-point coaching and counseling program comes in. 1, at this point, I want you to see things from a new perspective, an unbiased viewpoint from both a male and female standpoint to break the cycle of negativity. 2, you require a new way to express your needs and concerns in a way that gets heard and gets positive results for all involved. 3, you need to turn those disagreements into opportunities for growth and slow down the arguments forever. Then 4, you need to rebuild trust and intimacy. 5, you need a guide to reconnect emotionally and physically and stop winging things along as though you're gambling or playing a lottery. Clearly, common sense has failed in that aspect also. 6, you need to understand the underlying issues fueling your relationship problems. 7, you need the tools and skills to manage stress and anxiety. Then 8, you need to develop coping mechanisms to navigate difficult times. Also 9, you need realistic goals and expectation management skills in order to create a happier, healthier relationship. But what's the benchmark? 10, you need the skills to prevent future crises and equip yourselves with the skills to avoid repeating past mistakes. And finally, this bonus, you need to gain clarity on your future. Whether you choose to rebuild together or move on separately, you'll be empowered to find the love you truly desire. So whatever it looks like or feel like right now, it's not the end. This is not a Nollywood or Hollywood movie. This is your life. For more than 5 years, my wife of more than 15 years and I have been helping people achieve the breakthrough they badly need in their lives, relationships, and marriages. I would share some names with you, but we also pride ourselves in the utmost levels of confidentiality and privacy for our clients due to the nature of what we do and the sensitivity of it all. We're not about textbook terminologies and scientific mental diagnosis. Lola and I are evidence-based coaches and counselors because this is the life we live. We've authored 2 different books to help people, but we also thought that we should take this to another level. We come from a cultural-based background and we understand the nuances of a romantic relationship with respect to culture and not just another specimen or case study. We care about your story first and at a personal level. Then we tailor our strategies and principles to achieve the results you want in your life and relationship. Marriage hasn't always been a bed of roses for us either. We've been through the ups and downs, and we've come up with universal principles that work across the board when it is tailored to your unique story and needs. Our online community of 7,000 plus beneficiaries of our principles with a minimum of 15,000 monthly viewership can testify to our unique and methodical approach to resolving and recreating the love you deserve. cheating, infidelity, manipulation, controlling, narcissistic behavior, irreconcilable differences, financial differences, abuse, name it, we can help. But those are all symptoms of underlying issues. If you're like most people, you might have noticed a toxic cycle and patterns of dragging yourselves in arguments around the symptoms and never addressing or solving the actual underlying issues and resentments. That's where our program comes in. Do not enroll in our coaching and counseling program if your relationship or marriage is working. If it's working, keep doing what you're doing. But if you know it can be better, don't settle for less. Don't normalize BS relationship or marriage. Don't assume and generalize that it's bad everywhere. When you engage our program, if you feel that your relationship is in crisis, you will have instant relief because 1, Lola and I will provide you an unbiased bi-gender viewpoint and help you see the situation from a different angle than the one that is clearly not working. 2, you will discover effective communication techniques that will help you express your needs and concerns constructively without having to wait for your partner. 3, you will discover healthier ways to resolve conflict and disagreements, preventing them from escalating into larger issues. 4, we will become a safe space for you to express your emotions and vulnerabilities in 100% confidentiality, something that is never guaranteed when you seek counsel from friends and even closest family members. 5, we will help you with root cause analysis to identify underlying issues contributing to your relationship and or marital crisis, whether it's communication breakdown, trust issues, pride expectations, intimacy, or other factors. 6, you will discover coping mechanisms to manage stress, anxiety, and other emotions that you might be dealing with in these challenging times. 7, if you're dealing with trust issues, we provide you the guidance on rebuilding trust and repairing the damaged aspect of your relationship or marriage. Yes, it's possible. Okay. 8, we will assist you in reconnecting emotionally, physically, and properly for an improved and sustainable intimacy and closeness. 9, we will help you set realistic goals for your relationship and or marriage and provide guidance on how to achieve them. 10, we will collaborate with you to address current problems in your relationship, and you will learn effective conflict resolution skills. You can significantly prevent future crises from arising, even if your partner is not yet on board. Our program will boost your personal growth and self-awareness, which is key in what you attract when it comes to your relationships and especially in marriage. We will work with you through the challenges to strengthen the commitment and bond between you and your partner. The program will provide the tools and support needed to navigate crisis and build a stronger, healthier relationship. As for worst case scenario, through our coaching and counseling program, you will gain clarity on whether to rebuild or move forward separately. We know how confusing these things can get. With or without your present partner, you will be equipped with the skills to attract the life and love you desire. If you want the experience with your present partner, this program will dramatically improve your chances of success. So many people and couples have found success with our program. You can too. But of course, we'll continue to protect our clients with the utmost confidentiality. Most of the coaches and therapists out there know the theory, but they don't know and can't comprehend the cultural nuances of your relationship issues. Not only do we know these nuances and how it applies to your relationship negatively or positively, our program, which gets you 2 coaches for the price of 1, that's my wife and I, is currently $500 per hour. But for watching this video till this point, we have a special offer for you. We will slash $300 off that price, making it $200 for 1 hour. But we also have a special add-on offer for you to check out at www.manofprestige.com/coaching. If you have a hard time signing up or getting to the page, send a quick text or WhatsApp message to +1 732 305 8577 for help to enroll. If you need to, you can also book a free trial discovery and strategy session on our calendar to start the process of getting your relationship and or marriage out of that massive funk you've been enduring at www.manofprestige.com/book-a-trial. If there are no time slots on the calendar, you're probably wasting too much time wondering about instead of making a decision. Also, an indication of why you might have found yourself in this crisis. If you don't change your strategy, nothing will change. There are limited spots on our calendar. We will create more spots if necessary, but price will increase naturally due to basic economy laws of supply and demand. Like you, we as individuals only have 24 hours in a day. Our guarantee is that you will attract the kind of love you desire, or we will keep working with you for free until you do with our special add-on 1-year coaching. If you want to challenge yourself to your decision-making skills, sign up at www.manofprestige.com/coaching. And if you need to talk first, check our calendar to see if you're lucky to find a spot and book a free trial, discovery, and strategy session to start the process at www.manofprestige.com/book-a-trial. Warning, you can't stop the clock, aka time, aka your life, from expiring every second. Why would you want to waste time wondering if you too could ever enjoy romance, love, and life at the same time? All you ever need is this risk-free step in front of you, as opposed to the high risk of living life in a terrible relationship. Time is of the essence. Book a trial, discovery, and strategy session to start the process of healing and attracting what you want right now, because either way, price will increase when you wait, in addition to wasting time and life away. Sign up for the coaching at www.manofprestige.com/coaching, or book a free trial, discovery, and strategy session to start the process at www.manofprestige.com/book-a-trial.
All right. All right, welcome back. Let's see. There you go. Awesome. All right, wanted to bring you up to speed with what we have going on, just so that we can make sure that you know that those options are there for you to exercise as soon as you can. All right, so over the past week, we dropped quite a few videos. Just in case you didn't know, if you're wondering, we dropped some videos. Let's see. We dropped some videos, and I think let me see here. Okay, let's see. Yep, it's the last 7 days. All right, so when we were finishing last week's live session, we dropped a video that happened to have had like 1,500 views now. Just last minute, I decided to do a video about the breaking news of the person accusing Pastor Toby. It's interesting, like some of these videos that perform the most is like, it's interesting. It's like no wonder why everybody's struggling with the relationship. They rather watch, basketball stuff or scandalous stuff than stuff that can actually help them. Anyway, I'm fine with it because I understand it's just the way we are all wired. It's not stuff you can really shame people about. It's just the way we are wired. All right. But yes, we have those videos out there. Please make sure you're checking out all the videos we're dropping. So don't just count on I will do live and then it's the same one in the videos anyway. That's not necessarily true anymore. So pay attention to all the videos that we're dropping. Today, I wanted to focus on a reaction to the hardly initiated video. But also in the last few days, there's been some men-centric content that popped out as trendy topic that I wanted to talk about, bring you up to speed. I'll bring you ladies up to speed, the kind of stuff you don't want to be arguing about on the internet or even in your private life. I want to give you some tips of how to address these issues as you move forward. Some men also might post to be, hey, I've been married for blah 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 years. As you can notice, I don't talk a lot about how long I've been married because I don't think it matters ultimately. I think what matters is that I'm married today and I'm having a good time in the marriage that I have today. I think that's what matters. And I think most people are struggling because they are obsessed with yesterday and tomorrow. Most people struggle, listen to that carefully. They're obsessed with yesterday and tomorrow. Okay, so by the time we finish today's show, I will give you the 3 subtle lethal behavior, okay, or behaviors, okay, that destroy marriages. Okay, all right, but marriages and relationships, let's just put that, okay, because some people are in a relationship and they don't think they are included. You are included if you're in any type of romantic relationship. Okay, because basically what you do inside of a relationship is what gets blown out of proportion when you enter marriage, because you start to feel like you don't have an option. But I'm going to talk about that before we end today's show today. I'm going to give you 3 subtle, lethal behaviors that destroy marriages and relationships. And no, it's not that your husband is narcissistic. And no, it's not because the person is a cheater. Nope, that's not it. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to be talking about that. For now, do me a favor, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. Let's ping everybody else into the room. It's kind of quiet. It's kind of like in the afternoon. I'm kind of getting the mood of things, but we're going to be here. I'm going to be talking and reacting today. So hit that like button. Let me see how many likes I have. Okay, I'm missing about 5. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, help me hit the like button. Okay, if you can't hit like button right now, how am I going to raise $300 a day? Like, you're already creating doubt for me. How am I going to do that, right? But listen, the goal this month is $200. I'm trying to see if we can get $300 a day. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? But why not give it a shot, But again, I'm going to bring some value today. We're going to get some value out of this session today for sure, So we have the Fresh and Fit guys. This Fresh and Fit guys, I dropped a video a few days ago about them. And that video, would... if you haven't seen it, then you're going to have to go watch that later. But basically, essentially, this guy, quote unquote, were teaching young men dating, masculinity, and finance. Okay? Finance, I'll say yes. This kid's, intelligence, regular, good old intellectual quotient is good enough for finance. But if you lack social and emotional intelligence, you will be incomplete. Okay, in other words, you will not be able to function in a world you will not be able to function properly in a world that's driven by emotions. Okay, the idea of controlling our emotions and not acting out of emotions is literally part of what we call emotional intelligence. Okay, so emotional intelligence and emotions are not equivalent. They're not synonymous. Okay, one is a proactive method to be proactive with life, understanding that emotions is a default. It's going to be part of our lives. Okay, emotions is just it's neither good nor bad by itself. It can be used for bad and good, just like many tools that we're at disposal of. Right, so emotions, I'm speaking right now to a large extent from a place of emotions, because if I'm not emotionally engaged in this topic, there's a good chance you'll be able to tell, and you will not be able to connect to what I'm saying, because you can tell that it's fake. Okay, unless I hit a nerve. If I hit a good nerve and it's actually fake, but I'm actually good, right? If I'm very, very good at what I do in terms of being able to tickle your emotions, right? I can, you can relate, and then you would think I'm being authentic. Why? Because your emotions this time around is involved. So now you think it's the truth. You run around the internet talking about it's the truth. But the reality is that there's more to the story. There's more to the story. So today we're talking about, is toxic masculinity real? That is going to be kind of like the theme of today. Toxic masculinity, is it real? Some people have said masculinity cannot be toxic, so it is not real. if you said something like that, come here, come closer. All right, sorry. No. You're wrong. Okay, that's nice and cute. I like how you try to like twist it. Yeah, but nope, you're wrong. Absolutely wrong. Does that mean toxic masculinity is real? No, I don't know yet. We're going to talk today and then take it from there. We're going to see where we're going with this today. The reality is that there's a lot going on in the dating, romantic, marriage, not just romantic, relationships in general. There's a lot going on. And you can see that even the corporate world is starting to adjust. That's why soft skills is heavily being coached and preached even in corporate settings today. Back in the days, just focus on the money. Well, you can't just focus on the money without considering that money comes from people, and people are emotional beings, right? So even if it's a corporate setting, it is what it is. You have to pay attention to that. All right, so enough of that. We're 35 minutes in. I want us to get through some of these videos. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna play this video. Let me see. Where's the video? Addressing. Not this one. Not that one. Not that one. I'm gonna play this video and then we're going to dissect it. There you go. Aha. So let's start with the first one. The main reason why we're here today. Let's start with that first one. Hold on. Present, share screen. All right. There you go. This guy right here. All right. So it's a short video excerpt from the Hardly Initiated podcast. And then we're going to talk about it. Then I might even choose to expand on it, you know, but I think this guy, shout out to this guy, Bala X 2.0, that's extracted the juice of the full-blown more than an hour conversation. I was definitely in the chat on Hardly Initiated. I was in the chat with Chinye, and
these people sending up all these messages.
I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I'm a free thinker. And so I think that y'all are suckers that only rock out with people. I'm talking to the super chatter that only rock out with people that, and you only want to hear from people that you agree with. Can't learn nothing from nobody that you only agree with. I want all of the information, and then I'm gonna put it together and put the right things in motion, and then I'm gonna use the rest of it as an example.
Shout out to Uncut Underground with another one. I'm married and I bring IG thoughts into my house with my wife and daughter. Anton is the biggest hypocrite with his fake ass sanity. Anton, the people that are typically upset with some of the things you say are these men, women. What? Chat mafia. What the fuck?
That's, you know what I mean, and then for that to work, both parts got to be held accountable for their behavior, right? So it's just that we're kind of highlighting the part that he's focused on women, but he didn't say the only way to solve this is that all the women got to do all the responsibility for all of us to save our culture. He just highlighted that's a piece that has to be addressed.
Coach, no, that is what he said. Now, I agree with you, Coach, because I'm actually a little bit where you are. I'm actually I'm on the side of it is a little bit of both. But Anton, I mean, he said what he meant. He said that
the men are doing the work.
We doing the work. The women need to get it right. That was actually what he said. So I'm not adding nothing to it. I'm actually communicating with Anton. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I pretty much say what you said? Because I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, you said what I said.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
there's no reason for me to cover a base that Coach already covered, and that's why I said to add to what he's saying, we also have to hold women accountable, and this is why.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. To be honest with you, I understand and I'm absolutely on board with you that the women are not perfect at all. And everything that you said regarding all the debauchery going on over there is absolutely valid. So don't get it twisted that I'm discrediting any of that. And we have had plenty of episodes where we address that. And I think it's just very important, one, that we have men come on the platform and speak to the issues as men of men that we spoke about today. And I appreciate everybody. First of all, I really do thank all of y'all brothers. I strategically picked each one of you brothers that I felt like would bring a different perspective to this conversation so we can really touch as much surface area as we can on this issue, because I think this is a very important issue to talk about in our community today. Because just like I said, the brothers that don't have that community, that brotherhood, they can't sit at the tables with men like us. They were able to sit with us here today. So I appreciate all y'all brothers for coming up on here and chopping it up with us here today on the platform.
Yeah, we I mean, it got kind of heated for a second, so we missed a lot of these super chats. I mean, we shout out to Byron Holman, shout out to Creole Butterfly for sending over a couple super chats. Shout out to J Dubs for getting it popping. Let me see, Uncut Underground sent over a couple of super chats. And Anton, I think, Anton, you just got like some online beefs going on. Why are these people sending up all these messages? Shout out to Creole. Shout out to Creole Butterfly. I have worked in education for over 17 years in our own communities. These men are addressing facts. I've seen too many women refusing to allow the fathers to parent. We refuse to co-parent in a healthy manner. Shout out to Jean Benet, member for 6 months. So I got to take care of this one. Anton lacks emotional intelligence. He's seated in ego. That's so disheartening. Void of his humanity. Man is clearly at war with self. Anton, are you at war with yourself?
Come on, man.
I'm
Look at these joints.
You know what my,
I'm messing with Anton.
You know what my life is like.
I already know. Shout out to Blue Lotus Village. Women who hold women accountable are Queen Afua, nearly 50 years, Shahrazad Ali, April Mason, Ashley Empowers, Love Dorsey, and Dr. Michelle Daff, to name a few. We are being held accountable. We have to let that narrative rest.
Why you don't read the stuff of the smoke? Why you don't read what it is that they say?
It's not that. I'm just trying to, have this certain conversation going. Yeah, actually, it is that. It is that. I'm trying to avoid the smoke.
I have no problem whatsoever.
Well, look, let's.
He said, "Bring on the smoke."
Yeah, let's check out this one.
Bring on the smoke.
Uncut Underground. All this community talk only to promote Charleston White, Felice Johnson, Kwame Kilpatrick, Brittany Warren, etc., etc. Meanwhile, saying black culture is trash while benefiting from it. Still straight hypocrite.
Do I benefit from it, or do they actually watch the interviews? Because if they actually watch the interviews, they would learn something from it, because my goal in interviewing people is not to debate them, but to understand them so that we can make better decisions. See, this is all emotion talk, right? This is all emotions that come along with that. I'm not there to debate people that I bring up on my platform. I'm there for them to have a conversation and get a different point of view, because I don't want to live in an echo chamber. And I think that you can learn something from anybody, not just people that you want to agree with. So it's not promoting them. It's absolutely using it for content in order to have a deeper conversation. I want to talk to people that don't look like me. I want to talk to people that think like me. The reason why I agreed to do this is because it was a debate and it was from people that have a different perspective than me. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I'm a free thinker. And so I think that y'all are suckers that only rock out with people. I'm talking to the super chatter, that only rock out with people and you only want to hear from people that you agree with. Can't learn nothing from nobody that you only agree with. I want all of the information, and then I'm gonna put it together and put the right things in motion, and then I'm gonna use the rest of it as an example.
I'm very curious about this too, if this is actually a young lady or a gentleman. I'm married. Shout out to Uncut Underground with another one. I'm married and I bring IG thoughts into my house with my wife and daughter. Anton is the biggest hypocrite with his fake ass standards. Anton, the people that are typically upset with some of the things you say, are these men, women?
Oh, it's men and women.
Men and women.
It's men and women.
Because that's
I open up my platforms every single day for people to come up there and have a conversation with me. They don't want to do that because they're gonna get embarrassed, and I'm okay with that.
And what is it? Is it just is it something, like you saying, hey, women need to be held accountable, or is it the way you deliver? I'm just very curious. Wow.
I'm unapologetic in what I do and what I say because I don't answer to nobody but God. And so I take my direction from God. I study, I read my Bible. I've read it back and forth 7 times. Every single book of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles. Every single book of the Bible, I study it. And when I pray in the morning, I don't ask God for things, I ask him for direction. And so I understand what my role is, and my role is not to pander to people in order to make them feel good. My role is, and my purpose on this earth is to tell the truth and then let the chips fall where they may. I'm not here for the majority. I'm here for that one soul, that one person that hear this and say, you know what? I want to do things differently, or I want different results in my life. Because at the end of the day, when this internet cut off, I'm going to go into my multi-million-dollar life, and I'm going to live it phenomenally. I'm not going to see all comments. And you got to cut the screen off, and you got to go home by yourself in your raggedy ass house, and you got to deal with your raggedy ass spouse, and you got to deal with your baby daddy, and you're going to be by yourself. But if you want a solution and you actually want to get to the results, instead of feeling good about yourself and getting to the entertainment, you want to get rid of the medicine and start, you want to get rid of the candy and start getting to the medicine. It's a way to do that. Come find me. But at the end of the day, I just see a bunch of feminine men and angry women that's bothered by the truth. The only people that get affected by the truth is when it's actually hitting you. I don't get offended when people say certain things about me because the truth is the truth. And so if you actually say something that's true, then I'll be bothered by it. And I'll change that. But until then, all I see.
You're right.
Is people that don't have the results. We still in last as a community. Black people are broke. They still being race hustled. You still are the ones that's having the most children out of wedlock.
See, Anton, look. See,
no, hold on.
That's why I didn't want to read them super chats. Then it got you going crazy right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it got you going off right now.
How you gonna be in last place complaining? You got no results. Your children is messed up. Your mama don't like you. The women is out here having children with men that ain't rocking with them. They the ones that's filling up the most clinics. If you look at all of the statistics in Houston and Atlanta, it's like a third world country. You can get 2 for 1, chlamydia and herpes at the same time. And you want to sit here having a conversation about how it is and I'm talking to you because you don't like it? Okay, well, you ain't got to like me, and go find somebody else that can resonate differently, that can still get you the result. But you ain't getting nothing out of this. Nothing out of these people that's pandering to you.
Well, Anton, man, listen, first off,
Anton crashed out.
I appreciate you for coming.
You guys should be able to hear me now. If you ever catch a video out there of me, it's still not talking. What's going on? Hello? Okay, you guys should be able to hear me now. If you ever catch a video out there of muted or it's not muted, please let me know in the comments because I don't always check. Thank you for letting me know that I'm muted. You should be able to hear me now. That's weird. Anyway, shout out to D, shout out to Brother Patrick, shout out to, I see Brother Lucky Dola is already here to talk. Let me see here in the studio. You have to repeat all that you said right after the clip. I was just saying shout out to Brother Patrick, shout out to D, and and I was saying, ladies, okay, I did say this. Ladies, if you're in a funky relationship, it is not Anton's fault. That's on you, just like I'm about to hold him accountable. That's on you, okay? It's not necessarily your fault. It's stuff you have to hold yourself accountable for. It's the best thing to do for yourself. Take responsibility for where you find yourself, okay? And do something about it, okay? If you are the one complaining, like he was just complaining just now, then you need to do the work, okay? Listen.
I'm not there to debate people that I bring up on my platform.
He was literally debating. That's what this is, and that there's going to be a lot of contradiction in what he said, okay? He was definitely crying. He didn't mean to cry. That's what majority of people are hearing. Most people are not in the manosphere on the red pill or engaged with content that are men-centric, designed to bash women. Directly, indirectly, intentionally or unintentionally. Most people will hear him talk and this is what they're hearing. So what does that mean? He's not going to be able to communicate anything useful to the people that probably need it the most. This conversation was about accountability. That's what it's about. And the idea that we're just going to hold one side accountable for everything. Why? Because you just want to, what's the excuse again? I'm going to dissect it one by one, but I want to hear what Brother Kidola has to say, and then we'll take it from there. Brother Kidola, how are you, sir? You have to unmute.
Yeah, man. You hear me?
How are you? Yes. How you doing?
Good, I did, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks, man, for allowing me your platform, bro.
No problem, no problem. You have something on your heart already.
Yeah, you see, the American system is totally different. You understand? Okay, if I have to, maybe follow him in the American way of life or the American way of system, you can see their, I don't know how to put it, their way of culture is totally different. You understand me? They adapt some culture that they think is better for them in their own society. You have to understand that culture is also being empowered by women also. So you have to check during the slave trade time where some of these men possibility will be sold out of the family, that the children might remain with their mothers, and the system is kind of like grown up with them in a way. So I can understand what Atom is talking about, in the real sense, but you see, if you're a man, you don't need to show that muscularity. I'm a man, like what you see mostly in this black culture in United States. We Africans don't show too much. I'm a man. But don't get me wrong, it's also coming slowly now in Nigeria. You understand me? It's also coming out slowly in Nigeria system also. Not about the man masculinity, it's about the female way of behavior. It's almost like they don't care. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. They're not bringing in things that might destroy the foundation of the way we see things in Nigeria. So the Nigerian aspect is not about masculinity, but the American aspect, because of their single motherness, some of these guys growing up in a home whereby dad is not really around. So they want to show that masculinity. Oh, I'm a man, because sometimes my people say, oh, why do you behave like a woman? You are a woman. That's why they argue a lot, they nag with women a lot, they back and front, hit and run, all together, So the way they speak sometimes, it's almost like their mother that take care of them as a single mother. You understand me? You know what I mean? So that what you see now, and to also have similar type of character, but it's the character that is running from, or he's trying to explain, but he also have it. Those that are rich don't talk much about money. You understand me? And Antoine be very good is flooding his word. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'm this, I'm that.
So you follow Anton. You follow Anton a bit.
Oh yeah, I know about him.
That's good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who knows who knows about him before they hardly initiated. I think he has a lot of followers, so it's more likely than not that people will know him. He has followers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's making sense. Most of the things is pushing is about black prosperity and other things. So so you have to understand in this YouTube game, he's also exaggerating on certain also.
Right. So now since you said that, let me say my own while you're still here. Then I will go back to analyzing it, and then you can call back in later on. But let me say my own so that it's right after your own point, right? Ultimately, I think Anton is full of shit. That's an Igbe, right? That's what I think. Okay. Now it could be because he's just after the YouTube money. It could be all intentional, maybe. Okay. But if he's maintaining a marriage successfully, healthily for 20 years, he's definitely preaching something else on the internet, because you and I know that it's not going to work. If you use this attitude or this rhetoric or line of rhetoric to address other adults, women or men, it just won't work. They have options. They will find their way out of your life at some point, So I think ultimately he's full of shit. And then the idea of just holding women accountable in regardless of what respect or regards, and they are just responsible for everything. Because that's what people are hearing. If you talk for 1.5 hours, right, and the only thing that people are hearing from you, I know he said a lot of things. He said probably 80% of what he said is quote unquote truth, right? But he's plugging them with all those poisons, right? The poisons might not be more than 10 to 20%, but those poisons are more than 10 times powerful than the 80% of the truth that he's telling. Like, for example, saying that we don't want to encourage single motherhood, that will be truth. Nobody wants that anyway, right? So we need to address why it is happening instead of shaming the people that it is happening to, right? But he will rather shame. He wants to use shaming language to course correct. And it doesn't work. It's never going to work. And the more we progress into the future where people have options, it's not going to work. And if it doesn't work, it is the fault of the person who is doing the communication for a whole 90 minutes and still cannot land a good, like, overall, we can't say, like, an average person cannot say what you said. I can take, even if I don't agree, I can take something away from it, right? The only thing we can take away from it is just hold women accountable. I do not, according to him, he does not pander to women, right? Which is case in point, the rest of us that learn how to communicate, we're just pandering. That's all he's trying to say. He's attacking either women. The other room he had left to attack is basically attacking anybody who put any effort in to make sure that they're actually communicating, right? So I think overall Anton is full of shit. I've had conversations with him first. When I first stumbled into him on the internet, I respected the fact that he's a married man and he was also speaking, and that since then I've slowed down. I just don't assume that I know a person. I slow down. I want to hear a few times. I want you to talk a few times. Even Barakidola, if you remember the first time you came here, we needed to listen to you long enough to say, you know what, these are just opinions. There are times we agree, there are times we disagree. If you notice, so we have to listen long enough. And the first time I was like, okay, this guy, it makes a lot of sense. I was like, shout out to you, because at that time there was a scarcity of married men on the internet actually speaking to young men. And it was one of the first few that I stumbled into on it. I was like, you know what? That's good. Kudos to him. According to Sean, I said, kudos to you. He said, kudos to you. He said, oh, I could tell you'll be married. He could tell in my demeanor, whatever. But then over time, I'm talking about back in 2021 or so, over time, he's grown to go deeper and deeper down that rabbit hole of just, let's use this strategy and just drag women, and then they will plug it with money talk. I think is doing more damages than he realizes. Just like the same thing I would say about Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels said a lot of good things, but the people that are really taking the message home, they're taking the wrong things home because they're not being taught application. You know, but Akidola, me and you can talk on this platform, right? When we go back home to our wives and we want to have a conversation, the application is another topic on its own, just like in any subject in life. Do you agree?
Oh yeah, you see, I'm more. You see, the truth about that is before I start coming to Nigeria platform, I'm more with the Black American platform. So when I start coming, I've sometimes the way I throw a lot in some of these platforms. Sometimes we have a heated argument. We have all kind of things in their platform a lot.
Right.
So when I come to the Nigeria way of platform, I was a little bit confused.
You were confused too, right? Because you have to listen long enough. I said, okay, these people are coming from somewhere, and then let's all calm down and have a conversation.
Yeah, because I was a little bit confused because in most of this Black American platform, we fight a lot over there. You understand? It's like heat and heat. It's all about trolling. It's all about
bad
boss continuously with them. For years. So I deal with them like that. So when I start coming to the general platform, it's a totally different ball game. You understand? And so I don't really have, and I also been wounded a lot also in Nigeria also. So when I came to this platform, I really don't have nothing to do with Nigeria because, first of all, I was being duped heavily down there.
Right. I remember that conversation where you said, any Nigerian is just money. I remember that conversation now.
Oh, yeah. So I kind of like being wounded a lot,
Yeah.
So when I came to this to Nigeria platform, so I have to like learn how to take it slow down, channel my mind out of the other side.
Just calm down. Let's listen to the other side. Let's exactly.
That's why I start getting into the whole system and man. Nigeria platform is the best, man. Like your platform do a lot, listening and try to get what you're saying, man. And I do love it.
Yes, sir. So you can come back up later on. I want to analyze this video, and then we'll come back later on because this conversation is much longer than I'm thinking already. All right, thank you so much, Brother Kidola. All right, great. So Adebusola, shout out to Adebusola in the chat. She said, how is it the women's fault that the men were sold during slavery? Omo, that's when it comes to slavery talk, I'm not educated as much as I would like to be educated. So eventually it's a conversation that we will have to, because it has to do with power and how we've comprehended power over time as black people, but I'm not well educated enough to even be able to make an absolute or any type of absolute opinions on that, but I think you were referring to a statement that Brother Kidola dropped. Chia said, African men, especially my Igbo men, always beat their chest to say I'm a man, as if the more they say it, their dick will get longer. Wahala. All right. So this is more so in action, in demeanor, in mannerism is what I'm really more concerned about. When people move in a way that they have a need to explicitly make their masculinity known, there is a problem. There's a void. There is a gap somewhere. And like you said, the more they feel the need to express this, the worse it actually gets. And then you might start to hear things like allow a man to lead. Allow a man to lead. If you say things like that, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know how far we're gonna go, but let me drag it back a little bit to where Anton started to talk, because clearly somebody is saying, then I'll address the issues. Okay. As a person, I don't know him. I don't have any personal issues with him. I can have a conversation with him if it's an invitation. I can't have a conversation with him where I call into his show. I can't do that because I have evidences that this man has been creeping through my channel, and I have evidence for that, so because at one point I reacted to his video some couple of years back, and I heard a few things. I saw some evidence. And shout out to somebody I won't mention. They're one of our first from here. She said something. I was like, I knew it. But I just leave him alone. I want to address the issues because I think that's greater than anything he has to say, and then we'll talk about it.
There's no reason for me to cover a base that coach already.
Let's go back.
Now I agree with you, coach, because I'm actually a little bit where you are. I'm actually I'm on the side of it is a little bit of both. But Anton,
now, so let me just say this: this is Hardly Initiated's video, so go support them, right? I'm just Hardly Initiated. I'm reacting within fair use guidelines, okay? But let me say this really quickly. Real quick. What's the right English? Real quickly, really quickly. I say both. Anyway, right? Let me say this. There is Professor Odi. I think that's his name, Professor Odi, right? Professor Odi. And I found out is that he's a Nigerian brother, okay? And I feel so proud. I felt, listen, when he said I'm Nigerian, I was like, wait, I never expected it. I never expected it, right? Because, but then it now made sense. I was like, of course you have to represent us well. Now, we don't always have our Nigerian brothers represent us well, but he represented us well, on that particular conversation. And he talked just enough, he didn't need to talk too much, because then it would become just arguing with someone's destiny. We don't want that. If you notice that a person have made up their mind, you make your point, you leave it alone. That's all you can do. I'm also guessing because he knows, and I think Hardly Initiators should do a better job at promoting the platform of the guests that they bring on, show their name, show their name on some kind of consistent basis on the screen, to a little bit more, just to promote their platform as well. All right, but Professor Odi, his name is Odilakachi Ezekiah Onwukwe. Professor Odi. Some people were calling him Obi inside of the chat. They were calling him Obi. So this is Odi right here, and I don't know if he's married. There are some people that I'm a little conflicted on if the married people can advise or not. Okay, I do think experience is the best teacher. I think that's an absolute statement. But I also think there's some exceptional people that even if they're not married, they can also deliver some good message. The problem comes when a person that's not married is saying all the wrong things. Chinye wants to make it known that it's Igbo. We don't hear Chinye. Okay, it's Igbo. Yes, it's Nigerian. It's Nigerian. Okay, it's Igbo. I hear you. It's Igbo. So for those that have a tendency to generalize, at absolute levels on a regular, please know that there's some Igbo fine men out there that know what they're talking about. Okay, and one of them is Odi, Professor Odi. Okay, so I'm also going to make sure I give him enough shine in talking about this conversation today. Because I don't think Hardly Initiated did enough of that. I think Anton has enough followers as it is. Shout out to Anton. Anton, if you want to invite me personally, have a conversation, I'm open to it. Okay, but no, we're not jumping on your platform. So because he said something in his show, which is, I've seen enough of his videos to know that he actually does that. If he has something against you, he's going to literally drag you if you come to his show. And if he has the power of the buttons, that would be stupid for me to go and do that, but if he wants an invitation, sure, we can have it. I think he knows what he's doing when it comes to practicality, when it comes to application in real life. And I think my issue with him, I think he practices something else other than what he preaches or what he sounds like he's preaching on this internet street. Okay, but to be fair to him, I've also seen him defend just women in general when a man is coming off stupid. I've seen that, but it just comes off a little too like it's personal, and it's either it's personal or it's intentionally acting, and that's a problem. That's a problem when he's intentionally acting. I can't rock with that, unfortunately. Okay. If it's just a personal problem, then I can even give him grace. Like, hey, if you don't collect shege from woman, I understand if you are moving a certain type of way, And then it's now our responsibility as coaches, as a guide, to say, okay, let's be patient with him until he's able to hear what we have to say. That doesn't mean you won't collect though first. My brothers, you have to, that's how I get you. You have to collect first, you know, so you can pay attention. All right. So all the lakachi means it's in the hand of God. Oh wow, that's a beautiful name, for real. It's in the hand of the, yeah. So anyway, let's get back to it. Am I stretching it? If you want to see the whole straight thing, just go to Ali Initiated, and then you can come back and watch my reaction to it. This is a reaction session here, and reaction and coaching session. Let's get back to it because I want to analyze what he said.
He said what he meant. He said that
the men are doing the work.
We doing the work. The women need to get it right.
He said the men are doing the work, and the women need to get it right. Okay. What do you mean? What women? What men? Because she did not say African American men. We can assume, I guess we're allowed to assume, but no cap, because Professor Odi is a Niger man. So this is not about African men. And for that matter, you know, there's a lot of Nigerian men in these streets, of these internet streets, engaging this content as the truth. And these are a bunch of lies. So we have to address them. So we have to address it as universal. Because I remember that but Ola Kidola did say that, you know, the African American is coming out to be the same now. Okay, like you said, Nigerians are buying into the lifestyle. They are also buying into certain aspects of our lifestyle. Some of them are fantasizing about thinking that we're polygamists in lifestyle, not knowing that people are just a bunch of cheaters everywhere doing what they wouldn't do in front of their spouse. That's really what some people call polygamy. Or they will lie, or they will just live a funky life, just a messy life altogether, right? So it's all the same is the point, you know. So let's keep going. So what women is it talking about, right? Let's see if he agrees, because they're trying to help him reaffirm what he said.
Was actually what he said. So I'm not adding nothing to it. I'm actually communicating with Anton. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I pretty much say what you said? Because I don't want to misquote you.
Yeah, you said what I said.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's what
he said. You said what I said, but what? But what? That's a big old but. What do we know, right?
Is no reason for me to cover a base that coach already covered. And that's why I said to add to what he's saying.
Okay, just because there's no reason for you to cover a base that's already being covered, that's not a good reason to outrightly lie if that's what you're doing.
Why the fuck you lying?
Right? Because is that the reason why you're saying women need to get it right and men are doing the work? So there's no need for you to cover that base. Is that what it means? Is that what you mean? Because that's not making sense to me, at least.
We also have to hold women accountable, and this is why.
Okay, so he added also. Let's be nice. He said we also have to hold women accountable. Now, in general, I still disagree with him. And Professor Odi, along with me, disagreed. And he said it in one sentence. I'll wait until I play it. He said it very simply in one sentence, right? You just don't sit in a chair somewhere in a studio somewhere and just hold men accountable. That's stupid too. Or let's just hold women accountable. That's stupid too. In the name of we're just generalizing on the internet. No, you don't get to generalize if people are actually following you and listening to what you have to say as quote unquote the truth. All right. As you can see, majority of them are not enlightened enough to say. They will just relate with you off of their personal experience and make it the truth. Let's keep going.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. To be honest with you, I understand and I'm absolutely on board with you that the women are not perfect at all.
Women are not perfect.
What you said regarding all the debauchery going on over there is absolutely valid. So don't get it twisted that I'm discrediting any of that.
But what? Anton, what's his name? Tyshawn. But what? He sounded like he wanted to. But don't you? You're a man. What do you mean? What I sound like? Dumb. We're all emotional beings. You sound like you have a venom for that side of the track when you generalize, especially if it's a consistent thing. Let's keep going.
And we have had plenty of episodes where we address that. And I think it's just very important, one, that we have men come on a platform and speak to the issues.
The topic was masculinity. The topic was, let me see if I can find it really quickly. The topic was a debate, state of masculinity, with Anton Daniels, Professor Odie, and Coach Crump. We can't have a conversation without dragging women. Your masculinity. We're talking about your masculinity. We can't have a conversation about that without, I get it that you have to kind of talk about women, but without dragging women. But yeah, I know what I just said sound like pandering to you. Come here. Just come here real quick.
Sorry.
Can you not have a conversation about masculinity without dragging women? Remove masculinity for a second. Can you not have a conversation about relationship without dragging any gender? Gender warrior? You can't do that. It's very difficult. It's too difficult for you. You know why? Because it's personal. Tell us the rest of the story. Tell us, go back as far back as high school. Don't just come on the internet and pretend that you're telling the truth. No, you're not. You're a liar.
Apa is a lie. Sabi lie.
You're a liar. You're a human being like the rest of us. The same thing with me. If I'm coming off about something, it's because it's touching a nerve somewhere. It's because I can relate personally. But I owe it to myself and the people I'm teaching to at least try to come from a little bit of an objective standpoint. Like address as many of the sides. What is the sides? The factors, the variables as much as possible before we make assertions that's just designed to drag people because you're getting followership from it. That's weak. That's just weak. Okay? That's very, very weak. Chinye is concerned about her lie bite. Let's keep going. That's just weak. You gotta come a little better than that. Being diplomatic is not a weakness, it's strength. Especially if you claim that you know what we're talking about, you can relate. It takes strength to be diplomatic because naturally you might want to come from your place of pain. It's not a crime, but we have to call it out because you're dangerous. Let's keep going.
As men of men that we spoke about today, and I appreciate everybody. First of all, I really do thank all of y'all brothers. I strategically picked each one of you brothers that I felt like will bring a different perspective to this conversation so we can really touch as much surface area as we can on this issue, because I think this is a very important issue to talk about in our community today. Because just like I said, the brothers that don't have that community, that brotherhood, they can't sit at the tables with men like us. They were able to sit with us here today. So I appreciate all y'all brothers for coming up on here and chopping it up with us here today on the platform.
Yeah, we I mean, it got kind of heated for a second, so we missed a lot of these super chats. I mean, we shout out to Byron Holman. Shout out to Creole Butterfly for sending over a couple super chats. Shout out to J Dubs for getting it popping. Let me see. Uncut Underground sent over a couple of super chats. And Anton, I think, Anton, you just got like some online beefs going on. Why are these people sending up all these messages? Shout out to Creole Butterfly. I have worked in education for over 17 years in our own communities. These men are addressing facts. I've seen too many women refusing to allow the fathers to parent. We refuse to co-parent in a healthy manner.
All right, so let's go back to that comment. There's always people trying to make comments to help this man. And I say there is help meet, but there's help meet. There's certain types of help that really doesn't help people grow. Keep that at the back of your mind. Okay, if there's any kind of help designed to eliminate pain from men, I'm not sure how much that's going to help. Elimination, particularly. To alleviate, sure. Okay. To make it easier, yes. I think it's a fantastic, beautiful thing if you find a woman. When you find a wife, you find a good thing, right? And she kind of make your life easier, right? But for her to just eliminate anything that looks like challenge, first of all, that's impossible. Second of all, she's going to exhaust herself. Third of all, you're not growing. You're not growing. You're going to be spoiled, and you're going to be presented with a wrong picture of what life is actually, Let's be careful. But he didn't hold men accountable at all, not on that session, at least. As if women are the ones impregnating themselves. Wahala. Let's see. Shout out to Brother Patrick. All right, so let's keep going. I have worked in education for over 17 years. In our communities, these men are addressing facts. If you type all cap like that in the chat, you need to go back to social intelligence school. Okay, and then you put money behind it, $20. Okay, you need to, yeah, you don't get an excuse from that. I'm sorry, it's just bad. All cap. Okay, literally all cap, literally all cap.
Stop the cap.
I have worked in education for over 17 years in our own communities. These men are addressing facts. Okay, I see too many women refusing to allow the fathers to parent. Okay, we refuse to co-parent in a healthy manner. Now, if you've spent 17 years in education, you know what they call root cause analysis. You can't make this kind of statements without also telling us how they got there in the first place. You can't do that. Ladies, the same thing goes for you, so that they won't say we are just one-sided pandering. I'm with it. They're always calling out who is pandering or not. Stupid people. Right? Same thing goes for you. If somebody is acting out of place and stuff like that, and you're the one complaining, that means you have the power. Maybe you're disengaged from the power. Maybe you need a coach. You have the power to also calm down and say, what are the underlying reasons why this person is acting mad, especially if you're married to them? Because I can give Anton a pass. He's not married to whoever is dragging on the internet. You can see in that live show how he treated his wife, right? So I'll give him a pass because, again, it's just the conversations on that. But you're inside of a marriage, in a relationship, right? And all you are focused on is the fact that somebody did not allow you to do something. They did not give you sex yesterday. You're not asking the why. You're not asking any questions. Not asking questions is one of the things that's destroying your relationships. Making assertive assumptions off of the symptoms, how you feel, the pain you're going through, is one of the things that destroy relationship. Wait, what about what? But they should also hold themselves responsible as adults. No, you're wrong. They're not complaining. You're the one complaining. You're the one complaining. It's not a crime, but you need to identify you're the one complaining. So that means you also have enough energy to do something about it without getting stuck at the symptom. If women are refusing to allow fathers to parent, is it a bad behavior? Yes, absolutely. Are you going to solve the problem by getting stuck at calling it the bad behavior? No, you won't. And that's what majority of these conversations on the internet does. They do a good job of painting what the problem is because they want to keep you stuck in there, because that's probably how you keep coming back to their channel, by making they keep pandering to your pain, right? Anyway, we refuse to co-parent in a healthy manner. Co-parenting in a healthy manner does not fall out of the skies. It's not going to fall out of the skies. You're going to have to do the work. That work literally means sometimes you will feel like it's not fair. Not sometimes. A lot of times you're going to feel like it's the other person is not being fair. That means you have work to do. That means you need to learn how to seduce people. Yes, including your ex-husband. Why should I have to seduce when these people are adults? Why should I have to seduce? The most powerful people in the world, these are the skills they've learned. The people that's getting you to follow them on their channel, that's the skills they've learned. They keep pandering to your pain. So they keep you coming back because that you like whatever that feels like. Even though you're in a messy place. Your relationships is in a messy place. So the moment that person start typing in all caps, you could just tell there's going to be all cap. Liars.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you
Women
always
refusing
lying?
to allow the fathers to parent. We refuse to co-parent in a healthy manner. Shout out to Jean Benet, member for 6 months. So I gotta take care of this one. Anton lacks emotional intelligence. He's seated in ego that's so disheartening, void of his humanity. Man is clearly at war with self.
Man is at war with self. When they were reading that, look at Anton's face. Look at Anton's face while they were reading that. Hit that like button. Let's ping everybody else into the room. This is an important conversation. It's only 2:24 p.m. in the middle of a Friday afternoon. If you're with it, I'm with it. I'm not in a rush today, okay? Wait, I see women commenting that rubbish. Which rubbish? Yeah, they're commenting. I'm like, okay, then no, while I did, yeah. Yeah, if you end up sleeping or having sex with some of these people, you're going to find out that your stupid common sense talking point is going to end up straight in the poto. Yeah. Anton wanted to cry right there. Yeah. About not wanting to learn how to seduce. Yeah. You're gonna have to. If you see anybody that's enjoying their relationship, they've mastered that. They might not be able to put a word on it. They might not call it seduction, but they've mastered it. They know how to take care of their partner. That's what it is. At a very emotional level. Yes, either man or woman, it doesn't matter. They know how to make their partner feel safe, make their man feel validated, feel safe around them. But why do I need to do that for grown men? Why do grown men need to like
everything I do? Pressure to what?
There's pressure now. Let's keep going.
Anton, are you at war with yourself?
Come on, man. Run through these joints.
You know what my life is like.
Deflection, bro. Are you at war with yourself? Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. So you know what my life is like. He always approach anything that makes him feel a little unsafe. He approaches with a little bragging, which I'm not really. I'm actually a fan of that part of him. I'm a millionaire. I make money. I like that. I like that. If you can keep it a buck, but also don't lie to the men. Don't paint this stupid picture that like if they can't sustain themselves, that's not going to work for them. Obviously, if they're not self-sustainable emotionally, financially, spiritually, physically, right? That's not going to work for them. They're not going to talk their way into masculinity. It's not going to happen. It's not gonna happen. So if that's a safe way where he gets to say I'm rich, I'm millionaire, just to deflect, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay with outrightly being extremely influential and then lying to people. I'm not okay with that.
I already know. Shout out to Blue Lotus Village. Women who hold women accountable are Queen Afua, nearly 50 years, Shahrazad Ali, April Mason, Ashley Empowers, Love Dorsey, and Dr. Michelle Daff, to name a few. We are being held accountable. We have to let that narrative rest.
Why you don't read the stuff of the smoke? Why you don't read?
Let's see. So that person said women are being held accountable, which is the point against. It's a point against Anton ultimately. Right, the idea that women are not being held accountable, straight in the mud, essentially. All this community, this guy is the person that Anton was talking to. He's gonna talk in a minute to this person. Some uncut underground $20. Let me see if there's a YouTube channel called Uncut. I don't know who that person is. Uncut Underground. Let me see if I can find it. It might be just another, because he took it quite personal. Uncut Underground. When that person was sending those. Okay, we have an Uncut Underground with 2,000 subscribers. Okay, let me see some of his videos. Maybe he's attacked Anton in the past. Okay, all right. So he's having conversations around the red pill stuff, but I'm not sure. What the hell is this thumbnail like that? Like they're all narrowed up. I don't see anything. Maybe he's attacked Anton in the past, but he took it quite personal. Okay, he's just getting started. This guy's just getting started too, like us, right? So it's cool. It's cool. Let's leave it alone. Let's go back to Anton's face. Anton is about to respond to this guy. The guy said all this community talk. Let me just let them read it.
Read what it is that they say.
It's not that. I'm just trying to,
Nah, he's trying to act macho. Like, just read anybody that's bringing smoke to me. I say that too. Bring some smoke. I like smoke. Bring some smoke. So, okay, let's just agree with him. Bring some smoke, right?
have this certain conversation going. Yeah, actually, it is that. It is that. I'm trying to avoid the smoke.
I
It
have
is the
no
smoke.
problem whatsoever.
Let's go back. So
I'm trying to avoid.
this comment says all this community talk only to promote Charleston White. Charleston White is some raggedy old. It's not that old. That ninja is probably not older than me, but it looks like he can have me as a baby all over again. It looks like it could be my father. Okay, and that's not a shame. I'm just saying. Charleston White, Fleece Johnson, some guy who was talking about booty warrior. He was damn near sexually assaulting men in jail. Okay, so Anton interviewed that person. Kwame Kilpatrick, I don't know who that is. I think I know Kwame, I'm not sure. Brittany Renner, some quote unquote this women that need to be held accountable, interviewed them, and it was extremely nice to them, right? So meanwhile, saying black culture is trash while benefiting from it, straight hypocrite. So that person is talking to Anton, right? Of course.
Yeah, let's check out this one then.
Bring on the smoke.
Uncut Underground, all this community talk only to promote Charleston White, Fleece Johnson, Kwame Kilpatrick, Brittany Renner, etc., etc. Meanwhile, saying black culture is trash while benefiting from it, still straight hypocrite.
Do I benefit from it, or do they actually watch the interviews?
Do you benefit from it, or do they actually watch the interviews? It's the same thing. Anton, don't let me call you a name. Dum dum. It's the same thing. Come here, Anton. Come here. For that question. Come here.
Sorry.
They asked you a simple question and you deflected. This time around, you should have said, "I'm rich, bitch." That's what you should have said. I would have taken that from you. Okay. Do they watch it or you benefit? You benefit from it. That's the point of the chat, the super chat. Okay. But let's see. Somebody's about to pander to Anton. Let's see. Anton doesn't think people pander to him. They do pander to him a lot, which I think he enjoys a lot. Let me play this video. Hold on one second. This person, let me take that label off the screen so you guys can read. Wait till. All right, there you go. Let's do it this way. Let's provide a solution to the elephant in the room. Single mothers teaching their sons to value themselves and their purpose as much as women are taught. This should be part of the initiation process. All right, so pandering. That person is pandering to Anton. All right, since everybody wants to accuse people of pandering, that person is pandering to Anton. That's the person with the all cap. Okay. Now the person said women should be initiated to, I guess, as much as women are taught. This should be part of the initiation process. So let's keep it even. Let's keep it even, basically. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Since I'm live, hold on 1 second.
Because if they actually watch the interviews, they would learn something from it, because my goal when interviewing people is not to debate them, but to understand them so that we can make better decisions. See, this is all emotion.
We go explain because no evidence.
Emotion talk, right? This is so that we can make better decisions. See, this is all emotion talk, right? This is all emotions that come along with that. I'm not there to debate people that I bring up on my platform. I'm there for them to have a conversation and there to debate people that I bring up on my platform. I'm there for them to have a conversation and get a different point of view, because I don't want to live in an echo chamber, and I think that you can learn something from anybody. Not just people that you want to agree with. So it's not promoting them. It's absolutely using it for content in order to have a deeper conversation. I want to talk to people that don't look like me. I want to talk to people that think like me. The reason why I agreed to do this is because it was a debate and it was from people that have a different perspective than me. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I'm a free thinker. And so I think that y'all are suckers that only rock out with people
He shock you.
You're not hearing me. Oh my God. I'm muted earlier on before when I came back. I'm muted. Thank you. Yes, there was some pauses. Let's go back. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me. All right. So he said he didn't want to be, he's not here to, he said this is all emotional talk. And then he's going to go ahead and literally become emotional. That's what I said.
Different point of view, because I don't want to live in an echo chamber, and I think that you can learn something from anybody, not just people that you want to agree with. So it's not promoting them. It's absolutely using it for content in order to have a deeper conversation. I want to talk to people that don't look like me. I want to talk to people that think like me. The reason why I agreed to do this is because it was a debate and it was from people that have a different perspective than me.
And that's fine.
I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I'm a free thinker.
Okay.
And so I think that y'all are suckers that only rock it.
Oh no, he got emotional right from the bat.
He shock you.
He got emotional. Why are you calling them suckers? They're right in front of you. You can have a conversation. You can address their point of view. You can just say, I brought those people on because they allow us to have a deeper conversation. But guess what? When you're emotional, that's not enough. You have to mansplain.
We go explain because no evidence.
Yeah. No, that's not the end of it. Let's keep going.
Rock out with people. I'm talking to the super chatter that only rock out with people and you only want to hear from people that you agree with. Can't learn nothing from nobody that you only agree with. I want all of the information, and then I'm gonna put it together and put the right things in motion, and then I'm gonna use the rest of it as an example.
You was okay. If he stopped right there, that would be perfect, right? But they asked him questions, so that's not his fault. After all, it's never a man's fault.
Very curious about this too. If this is actually a young lady or a gentleman. I'm married. Shout out to Uncut Underground.
Okay, same guy came back. Uncut Underground came back. Okay.
Another one. I'm married and I bring IG thoughts into my house with my wife and daughter. Anton is the biggest hypocrite with his fake ass standards.
So Uncut Underground should have put that in quotes, right? Now Anton is going to turn around and say it's because that person mentioned my wife and my daughter, right? He should have put that. So he's in quote. He's basically quoting him, imagining what Anton does if he were to say it in words. Okay, so I'm Anton, Anton. Nigerian people were Anton. Let's call it Anton. I'm Anton. I'm married, and and I bring IG thoughts into my home with my wife and daughter. And then he goes on, close quotes, Anton is the biggest hypocrite with his fake ass standards. For me personally, if I were to send in a super chat to the hardly initiated, I would probably say, good job, guys. Keep up the great work. Okay. I would not, so Uncut Underground, god damn, like, is this some kind of personal venom here? But anyway, let's leave that alone. We're talking about Anton today, right? Let's see how Anton responds to this, that somebody is accusing him. Or remember, he claims that he can handle any kind of conversation, blah blah blah. Let's keep going.
Anton, the people that are typically upset with some of the things you say, are these men, women?
Oh, these is all. Oh, it's men and women.
No, it's not men or women. It's women and simps. Remember, Anton. Remember, it's women and whoever you consider to be a simp, right? Now, today, this session is about who is the real simp. Now, I'm at fault all over again. This is what they did to Professor Odi. They gave Anton all of this followership and attention, and I'm kind of like doing the same thing today. But I promise I'm going to get to what Professor Odi, I have to make sure I get to what Professor Odi has to say about all of this. I have to, okay? Because I think he did a good job addressing him. Honestly, I think he did.
Men and women.
It's men and women.
Because that's
I open up my platforms every single day for people to come up there and have a conversation with him.
Okay, so he wants people to come up there and have a conversation with him. To do what, Anton? Tell us the rest of the story.
They don't want to do that because they're going to get embarrassed.
Oh, they don't want to do that because Anton is going to sit back exactly the way he's sitting down right now, and we look for angles. I've seen him done that on the Lapiv network when he was there, and look for ways to drag and quote unquote embarrass them and then kick them out of the studio. He's done it before. Who's to say he won't do it again? And then kick them out of the studio, right? Is that a conversation, bro? But I only did that once, bro. If you do it once, you can do it again. It's just a button. Let's keep going. He's like, they're welcome to come to his platform.
And I'm okay with that.
And what?
He's not okay with that. Wait.
They don't want to do that because they're going to get embarrassed.
He's okay with the embarrassment. He wants to embarrass them.
And I'm okay with that.
And what is it? Is it just is it something, like you saying, hey, women need to be held accountable, or is it?
Oh, there's something else.
Deliver. I'm just very curious. Wow.
Hey, come on. What's his name? What's the name of this young man? What's his name? Tyshawn and what's his name? Andre? What's his name? I forgot his name now. Somebody remind me. What's the name of this young man on the screen? Remind me, I beg. Let me use his name. I don't want to be disrespectful. Of course, it won't be exactly Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan is trying to say, is it just the fact that women should be held accountable? Are it because you have personal issues on these matters at hand? That's what he's trying to say. Look at the way he painted it. Because this is his guest, so I don't judge him.
You saying, hey, women need to be held accountable, or is it the way you deliver? I'm just very curious.
Or is it your delivery? I'm just very curious. And then he fell for it. Watch.
Wow.
I'm unapologetic in what I do and what I say because I don't answer to nobody but God.
Lies. You answer to money. Remember, back chases. You answer to money.
Why the fuck you lie?
All right, but let's keep going. Come on, Anton. It's not personal. I'm just saying that's you know if you want to deflect now in a minute, he's gonna go. I'm rich, right? Let's keep going. Hit that like button, I beg.
And so I take my direction from God. I study. I read my Bible. I've read it back and forth 7 times. Every single book of the Bible: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings.
Should you be that?
Oh no, not. Come on, not. Shalaye, oh my God.
You go explain because no evidence.
This guy go explain tired. Oh my God. I actually missed that part the first time he was playing.
To this Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles. Every single book of the Bible, I study it. And when I pray in the
Wait. He stopped before the end. Wait.
Exodus, Leviticus, Number, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings.
Wait, look at the screen. Look at a lame person on the screen. This person put themselves out there, so it is what it is. This person is pandering to Anton. Look at this shit. I need the sound effect from Kevin Hart. I say, look at this shit. Anton was hands down with 3 lit emoji. Odie, stop being a panda bear. They can't help themselves. She says, Ola, this our God have suffered. Let me see if he ended it. Did he end it?
Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles.
2nd Chronicles, that's it?
Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles.
Why would you stop before Revelation? Why would you stop before Revelation? After all that reading, you stopped before you can even hit Matthew. Papa, you go explain tire.
Explain. Because no evidence.
Anyway, I just thought we should catch a little cruise. Let's let him talk.
Every single book of the Bible, I study it. And when I pray in the morning, I don't ask God for things, I ask him for direction. And so I understand what my role is, and my role is not to pander to people in order to make them feel good. My role is, and my purpose on this earth is to tell the
all right, so his role is not to pander to people in order to make them feel good.
The things I ask him for direction. And so I understand what my role is, and my role is not to pander to people in order.
His role is not to actually deliver a message. His role is to make sure he doesn't pander to people. Those are 2 different roles. Okay, imagine I come to Men of Prestige and I start talking and I just got to watch every sentence I make so that women don't feel like I'm pandering to them. Just imagine that. Or flip it on the end, or so that men don't feel like I'm pandering to women. That's a lot of energy, bro. That's a lot of energy wasted. Okay, maybe not wasted. It will make money because those kind of messages tend to get a lot of audience too. I mean, look at us right now. We're struggling to get 9 people in the studio. So when it comes to marketing and this YouTube game, I can learn a lot from Anton, right? The only thing that I'm like, wait, I cannot drag women just for the heck of it. I can't do that, right? Or I can't drag men just for the heck of it. Like I need an actual message to share with them that can actually help them, you know. But I'm sure there are other things he can teach me, you know. Absolutely, you know. And let me give Anton his credit, you know. You see how we do live sessions whenever I'm not on the road. When I do live sessions and I caught them, I learned that from, I think it was him because ever since he left Lapif Network, they're not doing that as much. I learned that, you know, you can repurpose content that way, where you can do a full live. I learned that from them, you know. So, and I think the mastermind behind that was Anton at the time. So I'll give him his credit. So when it comes to this marketing thing, but Baba, I digress. This is what he's saying. His main goal, I just want you to pay attention to this, is as long as he makes sure it's not pandering to women. That's the goal. Let's keep going. But he said truth. But again, it's truth, right?
Asking for direction. And so I understand what my role is, and my role is not to pander to people in order to make them feel good. My role is, and my purpose on this earth is to tell the truth and then let the chips fall where they may. I'm not here for the majority.
The rest of us cannot tell the truth. He will just be the truth teller.
I'm here for that one soul, that one person that hear this and say, you know what? I want to do things different.
That's a marketing message right there. That one person. It's all the person. Your marketing message to that one person.
Differently, or I want different results in my life, because at the end of the day, when this internet cut off,
another pandora.
Or I want different results in my life.
Anton cooked tonight and spoke truth. Hit dogs holler.
Because at the end of the day, when this internet cut off, I'm gonna go into my multi-million-dollar life.
Here we go.
And I'm gonna live it phenomenally.
Honestly, I have to be honest with you. This is the best part I like about Anton. This part right here. He's talking about his money. That's what I like the most.
Yeah, I'm not gonna see all comments, and you got to cut the screen off, and you got to go home by yourself in your raggedy ass house. Cut the screen off.
He reads the comments.
Phenomenally, I'm not gonna see all comments.
Yeah, he reads the comments. That's a lie. He reads the comments. Okay.
Why the fuck you
This personality here cannot help but read the comment. They must read the comment. I don't believe him. He reads the comment.
And you got to cut the screen off, and you got to go home by yourself in your raggedy ass house.
Go home by yourself in your raggedy ass house. The man, okay, we don't know if he's married, but Anton is the only one that's married in these streets.
And you got to deal with your raggedy ass spouse, and you got to deal with your baby daddy. And
the shame, Jesus Christ! They keep thinking shaming is going to help. They don't care. They're not your followers. The people you're pandering to are majority of your followers. That's why it's growing so fast.
And you're going to be by yourself. But if you want a solution and you actually want to get to the results, instead of feeling good about yourself and getting to the entertainment, you want to get rid of the...
All of this is actual truth. But truth about what are we talking about? We never really get to some real life case studies, use cases, examples, relation. We never, it's just, oh, I gotta tell you the truth, you gotta go back home to your, like there's some people that will be their truth. There's some people like, what is he talking about? Majority of like, what are you talking about?
The medicine and start, you want to get rid of the candy and start getting to the medicine. It's a way to do that. Come find me. But at the end of the day, I just see a bunch of feminine men. And
he sees a bunch of feminine men because they disagree with him. This is the only reason, because they disagree with him, they become feminine men. Damn.
And angry women.
Shots fired.
Men that's bothered by the truth. The only people that get affected by
an angry woman.
And angry women that's bothered by the truth.
The body language says a lot. That body language was designed by him to make it look like it's not bothered, but he's saying a lot.
People that get affected by the truth is when it's actually hitting you. I don't get offended when people say certain things about me because...
He doesn't get offended. He's just going to say something about it, though. Yeah. He's going to make sure he responds to you. Especially if you come to his platform, then you're going to get embarrassed. And he's fine with that, right?
The truth is the truth.
That's true. But whose truth?
And so if you actually say something that's true, then I'll be bothered by it.
Wait, what? Maybe that's why you're bothered all the time, Anton. Is that why you were spying my channel?
And I'll change that. But until then, all I see is people that don't have the results. We still in last as a community.
What results? Marriage? Okay.
The black people are broke. They still being...
Black people are broke. Okay, that's across the board. Shots fired. Stray bullet hit Africa too. Let's continue.
Race hustle. You still are the ones that's having the most children out of wedlock.
See,
the most children out of wedlock. Even Ryan was like, wait, what?
Have the results. We still in last as a community. Black people are broke. They still being race hustled. You still are the ones that's having the most children out of wedlock.
See, Anton, see, look. See,
no, hold on.
That's why I didn't want to read them super chats. They done got you going crazy right now.
They were reading the super chats.
Yeah, I mean,
got you going off.
Yes, Anton was spying my channel. Absolutely.
Right now.
How you gonna be in last place complaining? You got no results. Your children is messed up.
Who is he talking to? He said there's one person. Who is this person that he's talking to?
Mama don't like you. The women is out here having children with men.
What he's doing is shaming people that are in unfortunate situations, right? Is that the people he's talking to? So essentially, he thinks shaming is a strategy that's going to work. You know how lame that is, that shaming is ever going to work? Do you know how feminine that is as a man? We were talking about masculinity, remember? That's what this was supposed to be about.
And that ain't rocking with them. They the ones that's filling up the most clinics. If you look at all of the statistics in Houston and Atlanta, it's like a third world country.
Wait, Houston and Atlanta don't collect stray bullet. Chai. Hey, sorry. Sorry. Houston, Atlanta, what's going on out there?
You can get 2 for 1, chlamydia and herpes at the same.
You could get 2 for 1 chlamydia and herpes at the same time. Jesus. This mouth, okay, I don't care where I'm coming from as an African man. Okay, this is my time to claim African man. Okay, that all of that sound like it's coming straight from a feminine man. Chlamydia and herpes 2 for 1. That is that's mouth like a lethal weapon. If you're a wife, you get on the bad side of this man. Yeah. Now I think Anton has grown over time, because there was some video floating at one time about him. Oh, well, I follow his channel. I follow Lapif Network. So by extension, I followed his channel back in 2021 when I was engaging this content. I can say that with my full chest. And every now and then, I kind of disengage a little bit, but every now and then I still watch it. And the early initiated people woke me up a little bit to him now, suddenly. So, Chinja said we finish his wife. Look at that mouth. He definitely went into his feminine energy right there. The reason why I don't like using the feminine masculine thing is because I do think if we're not talking about sexual polarity, I don't see the need to bring it in. But that's the topic. They brought this topic to themselves. We're talking about masculinity. I don't like bringing masculinity or femininity to a conversation unless there's a need for sexual polarity. Personally, in these conversations, you know. But look at what he's doing. And then he's all surprised. And then decide to call women angry, and then call the simps simp. Simps just a call. Let's stray bullets. Let's keep going. That mouth is a lethal weapon. If you're not very strong in yourself, you will take it personal, okay? And you might actually create a whole channel about Anton. God forbid bad thing. God forbid bad thing.
Same time, and you want to sit here having a conversation about how it is that I'm talking to you because you don't like it. Okay, well, you ain't gotta like me, then go find somebody else that can resonate differently, that can still get you the result.
Do you mean that? Do you mean that they don't have to like you, or you really need them to like you badly? See, when people talk out of their ass because they claim they're speaking blunt and they claim that I don't care for anybody to like me, that's precisely what they want. They just think that since it didn't work, let me just try shaming and calling these people names. Maybe, you know. Sadly, to a large extent, they're right, because some of you, if they're not dragging you inside of on a content, you're not going to watch it every day of the week. Sadly, they're right. There you have it.
But you ain't getting nothing out of this.
Anyway, let me get to this right here. I'm coming to the chat just in case there's anything there. All right, but there is the full-blown conversation here. Okay, you can see it's actually almost a 3-hour conversation. And shout out to this Coach Crump. If he's going to jump on a big platform like this, he needs to make sure his microphone is right, because people like Anton will talk over you if your microphone is not right. Okay, they talk over you. I couldn't hear a word that it was saying. It's either it was too. It's just like, I'm like, God damn, what is he saying? Jesus, I know he was saying something about raising boys, coach, train them, initiating them, all that kind of good stuff. But I'm like, bro, that's Anton doesn't care about any of that. He's just looking to get his little clout out of that channel. The person with the super chat is hilarious. He definitely went, okay, he will finish his wife. Uncle Patrick, I'm coming to you. There you go. I see you in the studio. Uncle Oniface Cap. Uncle Oniface Cap. Marriage shamed Kojo. He married shamed Kojo, right? I bet he did. Because that's one of the easy. And Kojo is one of the... you're talking about Kojo from... what's the name of this channel? I forgot now. The young gentleman from London, right? He could not attack Kojo's point logically and then proceeded to shaming. I need to see that. If you can drop that link for me really quickly somewhere in the chat, I'll take that. I need to see that real quick. Thank you. I wonder what his wife's personality is like, or if she buys into all these shenanigans. So there's a video that was floating around some few years back from one of the older videos on this channel, where the wife was saying that he shuts down, he goes into his... let me see if I can find that video. Let's go onto YouTube, onto Anton's channel. Anton Daniels. I don't know if I can find that video. It's gonna be because he does so many videos. It'll be very, very hard to find that video. And the wife was speaking. Now that's his past. I can't use this because people do grow, people do change. Okay, but it will give you a good insight into his personality. You know, he was talking about yeah, a lot of his personality is showing in what he's saying. Let me see. All right, so Anton has been on his YouTube channel for 9 years. No, not 9 years. Let me see. For 10 years. He's been on YouTube for 10 years. Okay, so keep that at the back of your mind. So he put his wife on a video. He claims, he always claimed that his life is an open book. He's been dragged for lying about his finances a few times in the past. So he's been dragged for that quite a bit over the past few years. Let me go here. Let's spy Anton Daniels' channel, since he's very good at doing that as well. Okay, so he tried a podcast with his wife 7 years ago. So he has a journey that you can actually look at, you know. So there's a video of he put a camera in his wife's face to speak about him. So kudos to him for that. I guess he was trying to be honest and open book. I can't find it. I don't know. It's gonna be hard to find that video. I don't know. Oh no. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to find that video, so I'm not gonna do that. I want us to stay focused on this conversation, which is about Professor Odie and Anton Daniels. Okay, whoever is doing the most talking, remember the question we're asking here today. What is the question? Let me show you. Let's see. The question is between Professor Odie and Anton Daniels, who is the simp? And what is a simp? We should kind of know what that is, right? We need to know what a simp is. Simp is his favorite word all day, every day. Listening to this guy is exhausting. Oh, but I've been so sorry. Hold on, I'm going to come to Brother Patrick in a second. He also spoke against the whole alpha beta male rhetoric. Yes, that one. Rarely pay attention to them because they are a lot of learning and growth to do themselves. Yes, absolutely, I agree. I will go look for the link. Yeah, if you find it, please drop it into the chat somewhere where I can find it. Let's see. Or send it to the phone number on WhatsApp. This phone number right here. Just in case you're not in the group. If you're in the group, drop it into the group. If you're not, just send it to this phone number. All right. So who is the simp, right? I can tell you, everything else being equal, whoever is doing the most talking is most likely the simp. Okay. Everything else being equal, whoever is doing the most talking is probably the simp. Okay. But that's everything else being equal. And the reality is that there's other factors. Okay. So don't be so quick to quote me there. She said the simp is Anton. Coach Crump is the one who spoke against the alpha beta rhetoric. Oh, okay, Coach Crump. Okay, yeah. I wasn't hearing what I was saying because my ears were just hurting me, you know, because of the bad microphone. Let me bring Brother Patrick. Brother Patrick, sir, how are you, sir? Continue.
Yeah.
So sorry.
It's been a while. Hola.
I know. Good to see you, sir. How are you, sir?
I thought you'd been in Texas, Austin and B.
Are you in Texas?
No, are you?
No, I just left Texas just like 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, I missed her.
Yeah, Ben should be there. I don't want to see Ben on your.
That's a good point, brother Ben. Why are you here? Is today their live meetup or something like that, right?
Yeah, introduction. Like, I just spoke to her not quite long anyway.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. Why are you not there, sir? You're not far from Texas.
I just got one position for work. They
okay.
hammer me.
Sir. Okay. But I better say on my way now, leaving shortly. That's
Very
good. That's good. Let's get some pictures with you and Auntie B. Yes, sir.
Some guy, you know, Allah, I don't know why you are following him. This guy is not communicating.
So we can have the conversation.
His language is, you know, dominion, or what do I call it? You know,
Yeah.
anyway, he has his own followers that understand his language, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
yes, like as
Exactly.
Abdullah is saying, the first thing you must know in communication, in
Mm-hmm.
public speaking, you must know your audience. Yes,
Yes.
know your audience.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
Feminine men, angry women, bothered by the truth,
Mm.
raggedy house, raggedy woman. How can you be using that when you are speaking to the general public? That is
Exactly.
not educating anybody.
Exactly.
Black people are
Exactly.
broke, that kind of no. It's not providing solution, it's just there for the money. Come
That's
on.
it. That's it. Just painting better picture of the problems. No solutions. That's it.
Other color white people, by the time they see this kind of woman, they'll be doing an AC generalization.
Yep. That's what they would do. If they are coming, if they can relate in any way, they will just generalize that it must be the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed. This guy has had a track record of being on YouTube, just talking like that.
10 years. And married for 20 years, sir.
Yes, I know that you are following him. I'm so no. Like, what is
We follows. We need to know what they are saying so we know to tackle them, sir.
what this guy is putting out? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Yes. At the very minimum, we have to tackle the conversations,
And he invited a professor and the other guy. No.
Yeah. So they were both the guests. Both the guests. I'm about to play some of the professors, and then we'll have some more conversation around it, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's what I want to say. I don't really. The guys.
No, you will get some more in a second. Just call back before we end the show, and then we'll continue. But I want to play some of what the professor had to say because I think he did a good job addressing him.
That's good.
Yes,
I will.
sir. All right, sir. All right, let's get back to the conversation. Let's go directly to hardly initiated. All right, there you go. Boom. All right, so I'm gonna play this, and then hopefully it's not a repetition of some of the things he said. I will skip it if
I
it
need
is.
to have a paradigm shift in how I operate and how I move. You know what I mean? And that's what's going to help change it systemically for me. Is every home with the boys having the rites of passage, but we first got to have those homes.
So this man is saying a boy having the rite of passage, which is, I guess, is what is calling the initiation process. I think the Jewish people do a lot of those kind of things. I think we might have our own way of doing things like that too, but it hasn't been properly identified. Like, training boys on how to, in a ceremonial way, bring them into manhood, right? I think that's a good idea. I think that's something that we should build over time. And especially because the single parent household thing is epidemic right now. We have a lot of people being raised by a single parent, and when it's skewed to one side like that, and the norm of ideology to most people is to have a balance, right? There's certain things that it's not about being a good person or being a bad person that is going to create bad results eventually, right? It's not about being a good person or bad person. It's just going to create bad results. So we can have things like that in place where you can plug your children, either a single parent or not. You plug your children, they go through the program. The military would have similar programs where they actually teach people responsibility and the art of earning, right? That's what he's saying. That's what he's suggesting. I think it's a good idea. I'm not sure if that's what he coaches around, Coach Crump.
Anton, go ahead.
I don't think it has anything to do with the guys. I think that guys are doing the work. If you look at Coach Crump, for example, he is already a reflection of it. I don't think that you come to help people that are already doing the work. I think that you come to help the people and hold them accountable that's not doing the work. And so with that being said, I think that the biggest thing is that we need to hold women accountable.
The biggest thing for him is to hold women accountable. Now, that's not a bad statement in of itself. Okay? That's not a bad statement in of itself. However, you might not be able to post the link to the chat if you're not let me see. I think this is the video it has been for a while. So I'm making the calculated guess. Send it to the phone number. Send it to the phone number on or send it to Chi or somebody. Send it to post to somewhere. I don't know where you can post links. If you post it into the chat, it won't show because it will consider it spam. But anyway, let me keep going here. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get D to become a moderator here really quickly. Because D has been riding with us for a while. Let me see. Settings. Trying to see if I can make her a moderator. Because if you're a moderator, then you can post a link. Advanced. Monetization. Let me see. Community. Okay, there you go. Let me see if I can find you really quickly. Okay, I think that's her. Yeah, the D name is too generic. I'm not sure if that's you. Let me see. 1 second. We're not in a rush today. No, I could tell that D is hiding from the WhatsApp group, probably. Probably trying to keep your privacy of some sort. But let me see if I can find her username. Maybe we can use that. Let's see. There you go. She said, I'm not hiding. No. Why are you not in the WhatsApp group if you're not hiding? Why are you running? Why are you running? Let me see here. Channel. Okay. There you go. I can just there you go. Boom. Okay. You should be able to D. You're now a moderator. You can now post the link. Okay. Should be able to post the link now. Let's see here. All right, there are 2 people that have not hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. Thank you. All right. There you go. She posted the link. Thank you. All right. Oh, this is a... Oh, so Kojo called in and then he got... Do you know what minute mark where he got called a simp? This would be interesting. If you can tell me what minute mark, I will definitely be playing it. This is awesome. Thank you so much, D. All right, so let's continue this video right here.
And we need to stop pandering. We need to stop.
We need to stop pandering.
The biggest thing is that we need to hold women accountable. And
we need to hold women accountable. To him, holding women accountable is equivalent to not pandering. Okay, whatever makes him feel good when it comes to addressing women.
We need to stop pandering. We need to stop pandering. We need to stop simping. If you look at the data, and
now, by the way, the biggest panderer to women is Anton. If you've seen him in his element, okay, if you've seen him in his element, he's the biggest panderer to women, actually. But he has to like you, you know. And I don't know. I want to be careful saying it because I don't want to accuse him of what I don't know, right? But he's the biggest panderer to women. Okay, once he takes a liking to you, of any type of liking, he's the biggest panderer, even outside of his. And he got called out for that in the chat too. You know, they mentioned some of the names of the women he had pandered to on this internet space. All right, until he actually got dragged by one of the women he was actually pandering to, some lady that I dragged here a while back because she was calling out Africans. Six the goddess. That was a woman that Anton was actually pandering to until he got dragged by the woman. Okay, me, I know women. Okay, Anton does not know women. Okay, he does not know women. That's a fact. He doesn't know women enough, right? The reality is that if you outrightly pander to women long enough, eventually they will lose respect for you. If they are not losing respect for you, that's an indication that you're not pandering. Okay, pandering means you're just saying anything that will make them feel good and there's no substance in what you're saying. Okay, that's what simps do. They just talk because they think it will make them feel good, but there's no substance. They don't really feel that way. right? And what happens that eventually the people you're pandering or you're simping to will come back and drag you because they'll be able to tell and they will feel like you lied to them all along. And that's precisely what happened to Anton in this internet streets. Undefeated, Shinye, undefeated. Undefeated. You can't pander to women and get away with it. That's the thing. When the actual simps come around and they very quick to shame other men that don't agree with them and they want to come and say like this, listen. If you're a simp, just say you're a simp. Okay, this idea of running around calling everybody else a simp, it can only last for so long. Eventually you tell on yourself. And that's the issue of Anton. I told you it's personal. Didn't I say that? Let's keep going.
Statistics. Most black men do not have children out of wedlock. That is a narrative that's being perpetuated and being, promoted throughout our spaces and social media, and it's not
good point.
True.
I'm not even going to verify the stats. Okay, it makes sense to me that most black men do not have children outside of wedlock. It already makes sense to me because I know how to dig in deeper than regular rhetorics on the internet. The loudest noise will obviously claim that, but that's not the conversation. The conversation is state of masculinity. Let's keep going.
Men want to be married. Most men are growing. Most men are evolving.
Most men actually want to be married. Okay, all right, but the minority of the men that are creating babies out of wedlock, their rhetoric is opposite of that, or the extreme opposite, the incels that end up in certain communities. They will start running around the internet yelling, I don't want to be married. I don't want marriage anymore. Actually, the reality is that they want marriage. They just try to convince themselves that they don't want marriage, right? He's pandering to those men right now because he's not able to think a little bit deeper. Let's keep going.
Men still make more money than women. I don't know where y'all getting this from.
Men still make more money than women. He doesn't know where they're getting this from. I don't know why we're having this conversation when really we should be talking about state of masculinity. They must have made him, maybe it was the points that they made before this point in the video, right? Maybe, but let's keep going.
And so the first thing that we got to do is we got to stop pandering. We got to stop simping.
What is the meaning of stop pandering, stop simping? Okay, so if that was to go by the meaning that I just said, you're just saying things to appease women and there's no real substance behind what you're saying. You actually don't believe what you're saying. You're saying things to appease women. Okay, all right, good. We need to stop doing that. Granted, okay, we got to stop pandering. Similar thing. We got to stop simping, stop pandering, right? Okay, you can't just get away with that, bro. What exactly did we say, or did Professor OD said that made you feel like it was pandering? Whatever that issue is needs to be addressed without an active attempt to shame the other person you are debating with. You get it? I'm starting to feel like Brother Patrick now because
you get it? If you don't get it, forget about it.
Right? Okay, what is it that they said? What is the issue? What is the issue that they said? No, I joined in the middle. I probably didn't join at that point already. Right? What is it that was said that made you feel like they were pandering to? Are you masculine enough to leave the shaming language alone and address the actual issue? Or you rather just be...
We go explain because no evidence.
Can you? Now, what does this have to do with relationship, Ola? These are the personalities, the temperaments, the attitude that you take into relationship talk. Okay? These are gender warrior based conversations that you bring into a relationship with a person that you claim that you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. Okay, these are the little small things that you're dealing with in society that you haven't paid attention to. This talking points. Why are you being a panderer? Like, interesting. I was pandering. Tell me what was said that made you feel like I was pandering, so that we can actually address the issue. Let's see if he tells us, shall we?
We got to start telling the truth, and we got to start holding the people accountable that are having the majority of the children out of wedlock, and then creating the narrative and the culture by which we then live by. And we don't want to have the conversation because we think that, or we keep saying that it's all men's fault, and it's not. Women have advocated for equal. They now have the ability to choose for themselves.
All right. For me personally here, I never say it's all men's fault. I do get people come and say, are you saying it's all men's fault? See, there's two different things. Critical thinking. Let's come here. Everybody, come here real quick.
Different from bad blue.
Shout out to our president, okay? I've never said, okay? I know he's not talking about me, but I'm making a point here. I've never said that anything is all men's fault. Okay? I've never said anything is all women's fault either. Because both statements will be stupid at best. Okay? At best. What I've had is that I might be having a conversation around the role of men in leading our society, particularly when we're talking about romantic relationship. And the first thing that a feminine man might go towards is like, are you saying it's all men's fault? So by the time they start to actually address the issue, they didn't pick up that they were actually wrong. What they heard in their brain is what they go by. And that's what he's saying here when he said, listen carefully.
And we don't want to have the conversation because we think that, or we keep saying that it's all men's fault. And
he said, what we keep saying is all men's fault. I am yet to see anybody outside of women who are just pained from personal experiences. I'm yet to see any coach, anybody who is a content creator, literally say anything is all men's fault. Even the worst of them, they don't say it like that. They might be holding men accountable to certain behavior, but to outrightly say it's all men's fault, that's extreme. And that will not help anybody, because feminine men like him, we need them, because that's somebody's husband, will catch a feeling anyway. Right? So the issue here is the word fault or blame. Okay, these are anti-seductive words. People that struggle with their ability to seduce others or influence others, if that's a better word for you, they always bring in shaming, insult, number 3, blame and fault. They bring it directly in, they bring it directly or indirectly in. They either feel accused of saying everything is their fault, or they are ready to say everything is somebody else's fault. Okay? They mix in accountability with fault. They think it's the same thing. They mix in responsibility with fault and blame. We have to blame somebody for it. Well, blame, when they're talking about relationship, carries a heavy emotional weight. So we actually have to do extra work in avoiding the word blame and fault. Now, if you insist that we must use the word fault, then you're right, it's your fault. If you insist that the word fault is just a dictionary English word and what's the big deal about that, then it's your fault. Then you have to be okay for me saying it's your fault then. Because honestly, I don't want to bring in that word. But when we're talking about accountability and responsibility, you're responsible and accountable to your own life, regardless of what kind of influence is going on around you. That's the absolute fact of the matter. Now, when you bring in social context, when you bring in social construct, the conversation changes a little bit when you're talking about romantic relationship, because there's certain expectations at the society level with regards to the role of men and women. And there's double standards on all sides. There's double standards on all sides. You see the poisons on the screen? This is what they use, directly or indirectly, because they're not able to have a conversation. And at some point, if you're a wise person and you're not getting paid to have conversation with them, you don't engage conversation with them. You don't, because they already made up their mind. Remember, poison. They already made up their mind what they think, and they're coming there to listen with an intention to respond and not to understand. And of course, that's how they handle their relationships as well. Okay, typically, unless they're a psychopath, potentially what Anton is, which is he's just trying to make money. Okay, so I'm leaving some room for that because I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to make money. Maybe he's learned and he's just trying to make some money. But I see some truth in what he's saying in terms of his truth, not the truth, but his truth. Okay. Ola, did you already join the show when they were speaking on alpha beta men rhetoric? I would like you to listen to that. I will see if I can catch it. If you know the mark, if you go listen on the side and tell me the mark, I will address it before we leave. I got time today. Okay. So his own thing is to say it's all women's fault. Since when men are being held accountable, he interprets it as fault. Yes, accountability to him is fault. Okay. Those are not the same word. They don't carry the same weight. If they're related in any way, they don't carry the same weight. Okay. Accountability is a positive word as a matter of fact, until we find out that what you really mean to say is to blame other people for your issues. And then we have to address what you mean, not what you're saying.
And it's not. Women have advocated for equal. They now have the ability to choose for themselves.
So women have advocated for equal. They have the ability to choose for themselves. So men, get your ass down from that masculinity pedestal you put yourself. Come down to the feminine, because they've advocated for equal. You see how stupid that sounds if you're a leader? That sounds stupid, right? Right? Come here. For those of you that used to think that way. Come here. Gentlemen.
Sorry.
So because women have been moving mad, let's just match their energy and move mad too. You see why there's chaos everywhere when you bring feminine together with feminine? It's out of order.
Continue.
Okay.
They then can get whatever job that they want, and they can sleep with whoever they want, and they're doing it.
If women are getting any job they want and sleeping with any man they want, which one is it, Anton? Do you want to address the jobs, or you want to address the fact that they can sleep with anybody they want? I put it to you that what hurts you the most is the fact that they can sleep with anything they want, or anyone, I should say, anyone they want. Why is that such a painful thing? Right? Because the reality is that it's some, S-O-M-E, the word some behind that statement. That's actually the reality. Most women are just out here trying to do the right thing. They might not be doing the right thing, they are trying to do the right thing, right? So which one of it hurts? Because you can't come around me and tell me that the fact that they can get any job they want is a bad thing. So let's just discard that, because if that's a bad thing for you, this conversation shuts down, because you're speaking a different language entirely. I must just well have you join what's her name, Uncle Paul, just Paul things on the other side. Well, by the way, it's advocate for just power things. Go figure. Why are we not surprised about that? But anyway, the point here I'm making is that what's the real issue? The fact that some women can sleep with anyone they want? Why is that? Just avoid such women. What's the issue here? It's an issue for Anton. Let's keep going.
They're doing it, and they're ruining the community. They're ruining the culture.
He doesn't care about the community. No, he doesn't. Cap.
Stop the cap.
He doesn't care. All right, Anton, I dare you to take my video and react to it and call me a simp. I dare you. He won't. He doesn't want to give me that kind of attention. No, he won't. Let's keep going. It's all good. We all have the same exposure. It's just a matter of time. We keep working. Okay.
And it's creating the worst thing for us. And then we supposed to pick up the pieces, be a stepfather, be a community leader, take on your raggedy son with his snotty nose in order.
Take on your raggedy son with his snotty nose. That mouth. Pause.
The worst thing for us. And then we supposed to pick up the pieces.
We is men. We're supposed to pick up the pieces. Okay.
Be a stepfather.
Be a stepfather.
Be a community leader.
Be a community leader.
Take on your raggedy son with his.
And take on your raggedy. What?
Snotty nose.
Your raggedy son with a snotty nose. Now he's shaming sons from single motherhood, parent household. Let's keep going.
In order to try to prevent him from stealing my hubcaps.
Because all children from single parent household, women raised, are the ones stealing is what?
Raggedy son with his snotty nose, in order to try to prevent him from stealing my hubcap.
From stealing his hood cap.
When he get older. Son with his snotty nose, in order to try to prevent him from stealing my hubcaps when he get older.
I don't know what he said. You know, I'm from the village. They're stealing something from him anyway. Children from children from single parent household, particularly mothers. Let's not get it twisted. He's talking about mothers, single mothers. They're the ones stealing something. I don't know if that's a car or something. What did they steal, Anton? Your wristwatch?
I think that we need to bring shaming back.
He literally said, this grown man.
Let the poor breathe.
He literally said we need to bring shame back. Now let me educate us on that shame thing. Number one, shaming. Anti-seducers. Okay. Moralizer. Number three, moralizer. The police. Moralizer. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else that matches here. Number six, talkative, win back. Talkative. They talk too damn much. They don't take any pause. They keep going. They know how to do it. They can't pause. They don't have the pause. They just keep going. Somebody said the vile mouth. Mouth like a lethal weapon. Okay. Horn cap. Yeah, what's horn cap? Horn cap is the, I believe, wheel covers of the tire. Oh, really? I've never heard that before. Just say wheel covers. Okay. All right. Good. They stole his wheel covers, like the rims. Oh yeah, they be stealing rims in the hood. Oh yeah. They will leave your car empty, toothless. Okay. He's saying these are children from single family, single parent households. Okay. Now, Brother Kidola said this is just their lifestyle. It's not us. Okay. It's becoming also because, you know why? Because some of us are impregnating them. Okay. Or we're impregnating people we have no intentions to do family with. Okay. That's the source. We carry the seed. But my brothers, come closer, my brothers. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Brothers, come closer. Why are you running? Don't run. Okay? Don't run. We carry the seed. All of this is impossible with the seeds that you carry. Don't you get it? You want to listen to Anton. If you want to keep listening to Anton, I promise it's a guarantee you go collect.
Sorry.
It's a guarantee. He might very well be a psychopath. He practiced something else entirely and is intentionally preaching this to you because he knows you're going to give him a bunch of super chats. We carry the seeds in any respect, spiritually, physically, sexually speaking, emotionally speaking. You know, the same talking points, we can impregnate a woman every day of this year. We carry the seed. Does that mean you don't have your own needs? That's not what I'm saying. But you have to first of all understand that fact and get with it. Don't listen to what he's saying. It's going to work against you literally. Humans don't get corrected by shaming, they get worse. Literally. Yeah, because you're already shaming me, you know. Shame is okay, so we all have shame when we feel like we've disappointed ourselves or disappointed people we care about or disappointed ourselves in the terms of the value that we carry. So in essence, shame, if it's a good shame, it's a function of value, right? So value becomes the seed. Remember seed? I was just talking about seed, right? So value is the seed. So you cannot get the good shame if you don't sow the right seed first, which is value. If you're not patient enough to sow the right seed, or something went wrong in the way we did things in the 60s, 70s, or before or after, because if it was good enough, it would still be working. It clearly wasn't good enough. And somehow we lost our sense of value. And now you want to overreact by shaming people. It's literally going to work against you. You're shooting yourself on the foot leg and you're going backwards. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. You don't believe me? try to talk reckless to your wife. Initially, you just think, I'm just correcting her, I'm just controlling my wife. Initially, she will grow some wings. Yep. And then she will show you chicken.
Sorry.
The longer it takes her for her to grow some wings before she show you shege, the worse it's going to get. The same thing goes for your children. Yeah. If you haven't instilled the value you want to instill in them by age 7, it's not too late, but you're going to have to use a different tactic than shaming. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You're going to have to go back to the seed. Value. Value. My Nigerian people. Value. VALUE. L. VA. V. A. L. U. E. Shaming is a terrible, useless tactics from the lanes. Will it work? It does not work. It works in putting money in their pocket, because when they shame you as a content creator, you tend to engage the content with shalaye. Toxic.
You go explain because no evidence.
You go there in their chat, you're trying to convince them. They already made up their mind. They want to shame you because they know you keep coming back. Okay? They know you love the basketballs. So in terms of content, it can work. You can put money in a lot of people. So if I start shaming a certain group of people here right now, you'll see this blow up in no time. Okay? But long term, it's a bad idea. Your reputation, your credibility is on the line long term. Because eventually people can tell. They're like, yeah, this one is just shaming. He has nothing of substance to bring to the table. We need to bring shame back. Shame never went anywhere. You know what went somewhere? Values. And more importantly, the leaders, the ability for the leaders to instill value, to influence value into people. Yeah, that has been long gone. That's what we need to bring back, not shame. You're bringing shame back? That's stupid. It's just stupid. It's a stupid strategy. Look around you. It doesn't work. Just look around you.
Caps when he get older. I think that we need to bring shaming back. We need to make sure that we hold
He literally said, I think that we need to bring shaming back.
Accountable. And I think that we need to bring shaming back. We need to make sure that we hold them accountable. And I think that if you are a woman that have children out of wedlock, we need to advocate for them to go back with their child's father.
Go back to your child's father. And there's a period. Is there a period? Let me see.
That's what I say.
Oh, I said what I said. So that's a period. And then he's paused. It's one of two things. It's a psychopath. He's trying to get you talking, which he does a good job at that. Clearly we're talking, right? But we need to correct it, right? Or he's really that dumb. It's one of the two. It's got to be one of the two. He has to choose one of those two. He has to choose one of those two. He literally, because again, I was hoping he would say something a little bit more, because then he said we need to hold them accountable. And I'm like, okay, we already know that he's talking about women and simps, whatever you consider to be simps, meaning anybody who says anything that holds men accountable. That's literally what he's calling a simp, right? But I was hoping he would say more. And then he stopped right there. He's not an idiot. The talking points are idiotic. I think he knows what he's doing. The talking points are absolutely stupid talking points, and they're idiotic.
But here's the thing though, because it's
even Tyshawn is like, wait, what? Like, how did he get here? I want to respect my guest, but let's
confusing now, because you saying
he said it's confusing. You said all of that and it's confused. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe you're just trying to understand. Let me stop the stretch.
And men are getting worse generationally. But
men are being raised worse by women that are having children out of wedlock.
He said men are getting worse. He corrected him. He said men are being raised worse by women that are having children out of wedlock. Just in case we don't get there, he's trying to say, close your legs. If you just close your legs, we will not touch you anymore as men. That's all it's trying to say right now. The seed that we carry, that we can take to another person and go and plant it in another person, sow that seed in somebody else, right? He's saying, if you close your leg, we will just stop, okay? That's what he's trying to say. It's lame talking points, okay? If you haven't heard them before, welcome to the real world. There's millions of people having this conversation out there, including women subscribing to it. Don't get it twisted. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, okay? If anything, is nice talking point. If anything, maybe it's common sense, but common sense, you know how I feel about common sense. Straight in the bottle. So we can't just say it's them. Good shame, that is a word. Yeah, there is good shame that we all feel when we feel like we've disappointed ourselves or people we value, or a community that we value. We feel that sense of disappointment and we feel a sense of shame. That's not a bad thing. But shaming as a verb, let's go and just shame them. Yeah, it's a lame tactic, essentially. There is something tight about this man. He needs to free himself. That's what the other person said earlier, like this is a war against self. Somebody literally super chatted and said, this is war against self. He needs to free himself. I can't place it, but there is something. You know what? Most people feel exactly like you, D. They can't place a finger on it. But you just know that you generally don't want to be around this. But this person will drain the shit out of you. If you're a typical person and you end up in some kind of relationship with them, you might just get drained. It's only a matter of time. I could have predicted what happened between him and the Lapif network. Okay? He exited Lapif network. They tried to keep a respectful front, but it was toxic. Whatever relationship he had with Lapif was toxic. For those of you that will stumble into this from the Lapif network or the Anton Daniels camp, some of us could have predicted it. Okay? It is what it is. It's only a matter of time. Okay? The best thing he can do is to be a one-man show like he's doing. He's doing a good job at that, you know. Yeah, so most people will not be able to place a finger on it, but you don't have to place a finger on it. I just want to listen to some of the things I'm saying. Shaming, some of the lessons. Shaming is bad tactics, could it work? Other words, ladies, you're talking about your children, you want to use shaming, it's not going to work. Shaming is the same tactic that will make a mother put a blade and cut their children, right? So that they can bleed, so that they can remember for life. Okay? That's shaming, right? So some people will say, there's nothing wrong with a little flogging, but remember, somebody's going to take your worry to the next level. Okay? Even me, I'll say that sometimes. I call it spanking because the reality is that it's just part of my brain that I need to get rid of. Okay? The reality is that to train your children, if you're really moving wise, if you're really moving like a person that's open to learning, you never have to use any kind of strong arming, because your children, for as little as 1 day old, cares about something. That means value. That means you can use value to instill even more value in them. But guess what? We were all trained. Use shaming. Just shame them. If you come home and you say your teacher flogged you, I will flog you again. And just continue to pretend that it's not because I'm angry too. How long are we going to lie to ourselves for? How long? So the men they are impregnating, no, this is your fault. You opened your legs. That's what he's saying. Yeah, can you imagine being this man's wife? Listen, she seems like she's having you see her? She's sitting behind him. That's the wife. Sitting behind him right there. So they seem to be having a good time. That's why I said it's likely that maybe some kind of psychopath. I don't want to diagnose him, but something like that. Like somebody who deliberately just preached the wrong message because they know that is getting some kind of message across that goes viral. You know. So it is what it is. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here.
See, you can hold every man accountable, right? You can take 99.9% of all men and say, clean up your act. And they can all get their act together. And guess what? That 0.1% of men can still populate the majority of the children.
That's the point. Okay, he's saying that small amount of men, which he disagrees with, by the way, the Sims, the futures of the world, the ones that are getting all the women, the ones that are stealing all their women away from them, right? Those men can impregnate the rest of the world. So let's not worry about holding those men accountable. Let's just hold the women that are opening their legs accountable. That's his point. Let's keep going.
Because we know that women are having the majority of the children with less than 10% of the men. So the question isn't...
Do we have some stats to back that up? I know that women are attracted to a minority of men. But do we have some stats to back that up 10%? It doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. It really doesn't matter. He's going to make his point. It's not about the stats. The point he's going to make is what we're going to tackle.
We answering a question when we haven't identified the problem.
Wait, what? Say what? Anton, not the problem. You think identify the problem? No. We know that you're good at identifying the problem. As a matter of fact, what you're doing right now is painting a good picture of what the problem is, that we all know is a problem. But we're trying to get to a solution. But before we get to a solution, we have to do root cause analysis. But no, you're like, nah, forget all that root cause analysis stuff. We know they're opening their legs. Let's just use shaming as a strategy. Let's just use shaming. That's what he's saying. That's what he said. I didn't misquote him. He said we need to bring shaming back.
The problem is we keep simping and pandering to a population of women that think that they can go and slut it out.
He said, for those of you that don't understand the Detroit Ebonics, we keep thinking we can pander to a generation or a population of women who think they can go out there and keep slotting it out. This is a point of contention for Anton, and his claim is that he cares about society and the community. He doesn't want all these Olosho women out there. That's what he's saying. Just in case you missed it. Hit that like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. We have more to go.
They go to these indoctrination camps that we call universities. All women are promoted.
The universities are indoctrination camps where women in particular, not the men, women are slotting it out, according to Anton. D says, surely these talking points can't be as profitable as they used to be. Have people not clocked on the fact that these people cannot give them the help they need? No, because there's people growing up every day, D. There's people becoming 18 every day. There's a boy getting dumped in GSS 2 every day. There's a young woman getting cheated on in 200 level every day after she had spent all of her pocket money on a guy that she really trusted. So there are new people coming into the gender warrior fresh every day. So you might have stumbled into it and it kind of like triggered you maybe 5 years ago. But there's fresh blood, and the fresh blood are increasing because population are increasing. Just do the math, right? So it's more and more people, and negative goes viral more, right? So I don't know, we're just gonna add our own little effort into our own circle, right? Our own little 9 people watching us live. That's all we can do, right? Because now I want to say what he said earlier. If it's just one person that can listen to me today, that gender warrior tactics will not work in your relationships. It just will not work. You will be effectively shooting yourself on the legs, and you will end up transplanting the pain onto other people. Hurt people hurt people. So that's possibly what you're hearing, okay? Anton told his story a little bit. He said he met his girl. I don't want to mention her name. He met this lady in high school, and but he decided that he's not going to take the virginity because he always wanted to paint this picture that he's walked a straight line. Okay. Whereas there's some, shout out to her. I don't want to mention her name. She's a supporter of this platform. Whereas we know that this guy has tried to tap some ass on the side. Okay. All right, so that's, let's just say allegedly, to be on the safe side, because we're in Igbo, right? So, but that's besides, because I don't like to shame people for that. We all have bad behaviors, and I don't want to judge people until they run their mouth. I just want to judge their talking point, right? So he didn't want to take her virginity, so he decided to say she wanted to give him. I say her. Anton is not a her; it's a him, which just has misplaced masculine, feminine energy. Okay. She wanted to give him the virginity. I was like, no, I'm not going to take your virginity. Okay, I'm speaking Yoruba English. Leave me alone, okay? No, I'm not going to take your virginity from you, okay? We're just going to do the right thing. I'm going to make sure you're good. I'm going to make sure you're good. We're still in high school, right? And I made sure, I quote, I made sure she's good. And then, you know, right out of high school, we got married because Anton is only 40, 41, something like that. It's not as old as it looks, right? I'm gonna make sure you know you're good. And then they got together and they got married and they have one child, and it's just a perfect marriage ever since then. For 20 years they've been doing it. Okay, that's his story. That's why he thinks he has the blueprint. He's gonna say that in a minute. He has the blueprint for what makes marriage work. All right, let's keep going.
Promoting having a whole phase, and then indoctrination camps that we call university. Population of women that think that they can go and slut it out. They go to these indoctrination camps that we call universities. All women are promoting having a whole phase.
All women are promoting having a whole face. He's right about that. Remember, I checked us here over the past few days. I said, stop saying these things to your daughter, that it's okay to just go and sleep with every man. I saw a video earlier on, as a matter of fact. Okay, let me see if we can put that video up really quickly. There's a lot of extreme toxic rhetoric out there on both sides. And you know, I'm trying to address all of them from here, right? Let me see if I can find this thing. All right, there's this guys that I follow on Instagram. Let me see. For you following, okay, so they always post the extremes. They always post the extreme other sides, which is making things worse, of course. Hold on one second. Let me see. They call them OD and AK, something like that. Okay. So they posted a video of... let me see if I can find it, though. Okay, they claim to be teaching masculinity. I think all men following that are going to find themselves in Poto as well. Let's see... I'm gonna find it. Hold on one second. I'll find it in a second. Okay. All right. Tackling them as they come. Okay, here you go.
Get married in their early 20s because
let's go back. This one. This guy's right here.
Okay, let us listen to what Madame has to say. A woman should not get married in their early 20s because, of course, no man respects a woman who cannot bring anything to the table. If you don't have your own identity,
I'm not sure if this is the video actually.
Cheat and use you. Please don't listen. See, I swear, some of these women, they use their experience to judge a situation.
I think it's the video. Let me see.
How about the kind of man that you meet yourself, the kind of man you attract as a woman? You see, and again, many of you women don't know that. I went to your DM, I saw your platform. You are there shaking your nyash. Which man won't take you serious with that kind of lifestyle where you they live?
That person probably doesn't care about a man taking them seriously. That's the problem with these guys, the two of them, with their rhetoric, right? You can't talk to people that they don't see value in what you're talking about, and then you're trying to shame them. It doesn't work. I keep telling you, gentlemen, that it's not going to work. But let's keep going. There's a video he played that I'm looking for. Let's go now. Come on. Come on, don't do me like that. Where's the rest of the video? It's loading, I guess. It's not loading now. Let's
okay,
there's no way for me
to what Madame has to say. a woman should not get married in their early 20s because, of course,
I'm not gonna bore you guys with that. Let him keep talking first. I went to her page and she doesn't shake her nyash. Okay, these stories you tell yourself to confirm your bias are not real. You need therapy. Boom. I didn't have to. Again, that's kind of crazy that somebody is actually addressing him in that chat, right? Let me make this bigger so you guys can see. Okay. So yes, a lot of them do make up stories, but the reality is that some people actually push certain rhetorics. Let's see here. Please, where did you see me shaking my nyash? Oh, the lady actually came here and commented. Okay, so let me see if I can find the actual video he's responding to. They're checking him right there in real time. Wahala, 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 wahala.
You even know that your platform on social media now is your CV. You don't know that is what many men even use to assess you, to even know who. That's why I tell you, women that are wives are not on social media.
It won't show social media. What is social media? Anyway, that's not. I don't think that's the video. He got checked in real time. Let me see if I can find the video I'm looking for. Let's see. So he's always taking videos of women having certain rhetoric, which I'm digressing a little bit too much now. And in response to, okay, is this it right here? Okay, this is the video. I found it. There you go. This video.
If you could give a single girl some dating advice, what would you say to her? How old?
If you could give a single girl dating advice, this is what I'm trying to talk about before I digress into this guy's stuff.
You know, women need to be.
If you could give a young girl dating advice, what would you say to her? She said, how old? Let's see.
Let's say she's like 21.
Let's say she's like 21. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that very well, so I'm repeating it.
Oh, 21. Fuck.
She said, oh, 21. Fuck. Let's see what she says.
Just bang them all.
She said, just bang them all. She says, just bang them all. These are the conversations that Anton cannot sign. This is what he's talking about.
These indoctrination camps that we call universities. All women are promoting having a whole phase. And then we saying, well,
all women are promoting having the whole face. It's not all women promoting that. It's a significant amount of loud women on the internet are promoting that. Some of the time they are doing it from a very indirect place. The whole face is a real thing. Normal girls do say that, right? But sometimes I've seen girls that say that they don't necessarily mean that they're going to be smashing everything, right? But also when you predict small, when you prescribe small weary for other people, just keep in mind that they can take that weary to the next level. I say that all the time too, right? So, but this is the point where Anton is coming from.
Listen, we need to get ourselves together so we can be the best for the community. But we're not dealing with the real issue.
That's what we're trying to get you to do, Anton. We need to deal with the real issue. Help me hit the like button. Hit the like button. Thank you if you haven't done that.
The real issue is that we have women that's operating like men, thinking that they're not going to be affected by the men that they sleep with.
That's literally both sides.
Women that's operating like men, thinking that they're not going to be.
But we're just talking to women today. No, you're saying the real issue across the board is just women. I cannot have my brothers running around thinking that's the truth. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
We need to get ourselves together so we can be the best for the community. But we're not dealing with the real issue. The real issue is that we have women that's operating like men.
The real issue is that we have women that's operating like men, okay?
Thinking that they're not going to be affected by the men that they sleep with.
Thinking they're not going to be affected by the men they sleep with. Men do get affected by the women they sleep with, by the way. Because before we change topic now, you start to cry about how they show you shaggy instead of child support court. Men do get affected by the type of women they sleep with. Go and ask Fresh from Fresh and Fit, right? He just impregnated an IG thought and he's been getting dragged for the past 48 hours and he has not seen anything yet. He ain't seen nothing yet. But when you're a gender warrior, you can only hear one side of your brain. Let's keep going.
and then labeling themselves as wives, and we pander to them in order to sell them a product, and we keep telling them what they want to hear.
We pander to them in order to sell a product.
But we're not actually solving for the problem. We treating the symptoms. We not treating the problem.
No. You cannot treat the problem from the problem. You now have to ask extra questions after you've literally, if you know anything about the corporate world or any type of development or any type of product life cycle or any type of progressiveness or even government work, one of the very first stages, if not the first, is to identify the problem. You're only scratching the surface. You're scratching the surface. So when you say the problems and symptoms, in very weird, twisted ways, I guess, it can actually be synonymous, right? What is the problem? My hand hurts. How? What happened? What is the problem? You have consistent headache. I cannot say it to myself. You have consistent migraine. That is a problem. That is a symptom at the same time. They're synonymous. Dumb. We need to dig a little bit deeper. You want to solve that problem? Then you ask more questions. You don't get stuck there and say, we got to bring shame back. That is stupid. You're not stupid, but that strategy is stupid. You know, you speak all this English and it actually sounds like you're making sense, but then at the end of the day, you just find out that common sense in the potopoto. Yeah. You're talking about the problems. You're the same thing as the person talking about the symptoms. You're no different. You're actually worse because you actually think you're solving a problem just by talking about the problem. You're literally the same thing.
But we're not actually solving for the problem. We treating the symptoms. We not treating the problem. We're not trying to fix them.
No, you're stuck on the problems, bro. Stop the word salad.
We're not trying to fix our communities. We're not trying to reset the standard. We keep telling them what they want to hear because it makes them.
The gentlemen are confused. They're saying, how? How, Sway? This is what frustrated Kanye back then when Sway was talking.
How, Sway?
Like he's talking in circles and circles. Ha! Sway.
Sway.
How? Okay, good. We agree. We need to treat the problems. How? It's not by shaming, bro. Okay, it's not. It's not gonna work. Could it work?
Feel good.
And what are some of these messages, Anton?
Ryan, smart intelligence. Ryan has gone through that process of being red pilled and then say, wait, why am I hurting myself like this? Ryan's like, what are some of these?
What they want to hear because it makes them feel good.
And what are some of these messages, Anton?
When I see a lot of these guys come on these platforms, I'm just gonna keep it 100.
He didn't answer the question. At least it's just said, I'm rich, bitch. Stop asking me questions.
And at the end of the day, they selling a product. They not giving you a solution. At least give us the medicine inside of the candy.
Okay, they're not. You will. Please tell us how you will. How, Sway? Tell us.
How, Sway?
At least. And I'll...
You know his answer, right? Come over to my platform. Come find me, Willie.
Also be very transparent with this. All of these people that y'all keep listening to, they not a reflection of the thing that they advocating for. They ain't even married, but they keep telling you what's best for the black community.
They said they're not married, but they're talking about what's best for the black community. That's too easy. I tackle some of those people too, but that's too easy, Anton. Not when you come on a platform and you say the problem is pandering to women and holding women accountable and then shaming tactics. At that point, I have to look at you and say, hey, are you all right?
Are you stupid? Are you a crazy person? You not mad? You know me before? Who be this one? Who the f are you?
How can you tell me what's best for the black community and you're not even a reflection of the thing that you preaching? How you gonna be having children out of wedlock and having multiple baby mamas, but you sitting here talking about what's best for the community? The Lord said you will.
It's not enough that you're married for 20 years. It's just not enough. It's not enough. You're just as worse as the people that their lifestyle don't reflect what they're preaching. You're just as worse, and because there's a disconnection from what you do and what you're saying. That only creates more confusion for the people trying to achieve the result, because they're going to try what you're saying, they're not going to get your results, right? And then everybody's confused anyway. All right. Now, to the people you're talking to, a bunch of unmarried people setting up stages all around the nations. I think he's throwing shots at what do they call it? Tonight's Conversations. That guy, I forgot his name now. Tonight's conversation that the other gentleman was throwing shots at. If you're a married person, there's no need to throw shots at those people. If you have something better, please make sure you're also standing on your two toes and saying something that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to keep preaching shaming tactics. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, men are doing the work and then women should be held accountable. That doesn't make any sense. That's confusing as shit. Now when we look at you doing one to your wife walking behind you, there's a disconnect, there's a confusion there.
You'll know them by their fruit, and you need to get the beam out of your own eye. The thing that I want somebody to do for me is not be a nuisance and making sure that you're picking up the trash on your own.
Wait.
I want somebody to do for me.
Whoever showed that comment is being messy.
And making sure that you.
This person that just showed this comment, I'm not sure if it's Tyshawn or Ryan. That person is being messy. This person, this ninja, just making sure he can keep cuddling men, pandering to men, which obviously I don't do here. You can accuse me of pandering to women, but you can't accuse me of pandering to men. You can't. Okay, you can't. All right. But if you accuse me of pandering to women, I'll let you be, because I will interpret it as you're a feminine man. Okay, I won't say it to you, which is worse, because I'm concluding that you've made up your mind, and I'll just leave you alone, because I don't think we're gonna help the society by helping you when you are shut down, right? But if you're open, you want to ask questions, we can have a conversation respectfully, of course, by making sure he can keep cuddling men who refuse to take accountability instead of holding both sides. So that's another person asking for both sides. You cannot claim that the person asking for accountability on both sides are unfair. You can't claim that either, right? Let's keep going.
Picking up the trash on your own lawn so we can then raise.
Somebody said hit dogs holler. Both sides are literally saying that to each other. I don't know, when people say hit dogs holler, I'm not sure which side is like, they're both gender warriors. Which side is saying hit dogs holler? We're not getting to the conversation. Let me take this pause for a second and say this, okay? Masculinity is needed in our society, okay? It is. Because everybody cannot act vulnerable and victim at the same time. Come on, like, that doesn't make any sense. We need structure, we need hierarchy. We need, either we're talking about romantic speaking or we're talking about corporate world. We need that. We need people that we can hold accountable, hold them responsible. Or before we get to that, they know the position they hold, right? Usually they attain that position because they've held themselves accountable. They become leader of our society, they become leader of our organizations because they have demonstrated that they can hold themselves accountable and responsible without looking for the followers to hold themselves accountable first, okay? If anything, they will stop paying the followers. They won't reward them for bad behavior, as opposed to just barking at the top of their lungs, hoping that shaming will fix it. No, shaming is not going to fix it, right? If you have some kind of value they're getting from you, you remove the value and you keep it moving to the next person, or you keep working with them or collect shege woto, right? That's the only way forward here. Okay, and what they're talking about masculinity represents the counterparts to the feminine energy, right? With respect to trying to build some kind of sexual polarity, harmony, seamless harmony, sexual polarity, things that work together but they're not the same. And what we have is an Anton Daniels trying to get women to think like men. In the same breath, they will shame Steve Harvey for writing a book about think like men, act like a lady. But nonetheless, they're trying to force women. They don't recognize, they're having a hard time recognizing that women are wired a certain way, men are wired a certain type of a different way. So what they're trying to do, they don't say it in words because they're still trying to say they want you to be feminine, which means you just submit and shut up. and have no opinions, right? But in that same breath, they're trying to get you to think like them. You see the confusion? It's confusing. They're confusing themselves, essentially. And one of their leaders in this media space right now is Anton. And that's why a lot of people are confused. And it's easy to get people to follow him because they say, hey, look, I got the result, right? That's precisely what scam artists do. I have the result that you're looking for. Just follow me and do this. And then when you are paying attention, you look at how they treat their lady. You're like, wait, I've never seen you hold your wife accountable. What does that look like? Tell me what that looks like. He says, I'm a benevolent dictator, which they checked him a lot during this session on that. What is that? That's literally an oxymoron. Shout out to Professor Odi. I have to make sure I cover. I'm literally going to scan back to when he's talking, and I'll make sure I cover everything he said because he did a good job. You know. D-Love, how far are you there? Welcome. You have missed a lot. We're like 3 hours in or so. Oh, we're 3 hours in.
Raise up the property values. I'm speaking meta. You picking up the trash on your own lawn so we can then raise up the property values. I'm speaking metaphorically. What I'm telling you is that
no, that's a nice way to try to say you are a wise person. No. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. But what is he telling us?
we need to hold the people accountable. When you're trying to solve for a problem, you solve for the majority, not the minority. And more importantly, if we want to talk about these men that call themselves leader in the community, let me see your wife. Let me see how you take.
No, I'm not gonna let you see my wife, Anton. Word on the streets allegedly is that you invited somebody's wife to come and take a ride with you from one town to the other, and some things went down allegedly. Okay, so I won't be doing that. No, you will not be seeing my wife. I'm just kidding.
Taking care of your family and your baby mamas. Let them come up and speak and say whether or not you really a reflection of the thing that you advocating for. I don't want to hear no more pandering. I want to see truth.
How do you recognize truth if you think anything you say out of your mouth are the only truth that exist?
Are you stupid? Are you?
How do you recognize truth if you only think the only thing you are saying is truth?
Are you playing? What type of?
You want to hear truth, but you don't want to hear diplomatic people that know how to land their message when it makes sense to the audience. Are you confused?
I want to see truth. Communication is 90% what you do. 10% is the reaffirming of what you already are.
No, stop the cap. He just tried to twist those words. Okay, you talk too much, Anton. You talk too much. Hey, and you're right that communication is 90% nonverbal. That's the right way to say that. Not to try to twist it into, well, communication is what? What are you talking about?
It's 90% what you do. 10% is the reaffirming of what you already are. I don't want.
No, you don't have to reaffirm shit. They should be able to see it. And your first impression is everything. A bunch of people just got introduced to you. The first impression is it's not looking good. The first impression you gave me was actually good, but that just happened to be the time I stumbled into that.
Want to hear from nobody that's not a reflection of what it is. This is the only place you got to go and put your resume online, show your degree, give your life experience, your lived experience in order to even be able to get a job. But you can go out here and tell people how they supposed to live their lives. You're not a reflection of it. Your life ain't it.
He's deflecting. That's not what they're talking about.
That's crazy to me. And so if we really want to solve for the problem, we need to get to the root cause of the
I agree that we need more married men, more married women, more people getting good results talking. But hey, it is what it is. They are having a good time with their family, with their life. They don't have time to be creating content. Okay, they have jobs in other areas of life and stuff like that. And if you like yourself, go find them offline too. Go find them and ask them questions, open-ended questions. Open-ended questions. Don't go there reaffirming the mind you've made up from your place of pain. Okay? This is a struggle that I have with my clients sometimes. It's a struggle. They don't know how to put a question mark in front of. They make assertive assumption statements from the way they are feeling presently, there's no question mark. I look through a majority of my conversation with you, and there's no question mark. That's part of your problems. You're not open-minded. That's what it is. You're not open-minded. And it shows. Because all you want to do is talk about the problems. And yes, you should talk about the problems, but have a question at the end of it. Make sure there's a question mark at the end of the problems that you just narrated. If stray bullets just hit you, it's designed to do exactly that. Have a question. Open-ended. Not yes or no question. Those are usually lame. Open-ended, so you can hear lectures. Because it's not one thing I'm going to say that's going to help you. It's your ability to process the insights or process the data and then get some insights, be able to manufacture insights that's going to help you ultimately. Just the fact that a man is married for 20 years is not enough information for you to think you can follow them. That's lame. Just because they're saying something that soothes your feelings, and I know Anton will like this, that make you feel like somebody pandered to you, that doesn't mean they're saying what you need. You need more context around that. The truth, the actual truth, is somewhere in between. Somewhere in between. It's not what I tell you, it's not what Anton tells you. It's your ability to process, comprehend some of these issues at a personal level. The struggle is real.
The issue. And it's this pandering, it's this simping, it's people telling each other what they want to hear instead of telling them the truth. You may not like me, but it's very difficult for you to argue with the results.
No. Anton is trying to get away. That's not the topic, Anton. Let's keep it.
Very difficult for you to argue with the results.
Listen, the result, if I'm talking to you, okay, now, there's some good points, 80%, but there's 20% poison in what he's saying. He's saying, look at my results. No, okay? His result, all it can do for you is inspire you. It's not going to replace the work for you. But if he's starting the work he's trying to help you with lies, there's a problem, okay? If you're looking for my information, my story, it's in the book, Get My Marriage Back, blah, blah, blah. You notice that we start with problems and then we end with solution. But we tell stories so you can understand that there's context to this. There's no talking points are not going to help you. Okay, if you listen to Anton a million times, he's going to say the same shit. He wants to hold women responsible. In one shape form, he's going to say the same thing. Okay, but when it comes to you as a person, right, you need to interpret all of this down to your personal story. You need application. All right, just like, you know, when they say applied physics, they teach you physics first, right? And then you get to say applied physics. We need applied talk, whatever the talking point is. Okay, great. It sounds good. We should hold women accountable. Applied, what does that look like in real life? Demonstrate, show me, give me an example. Tell me a story one time. Tell me about a time that you disagree with your wife. How did you handle it? Tell me about a time that your wife was coconut head. She disagreed with you. How did you handle it? Are you familiar with those questions in your interviews? Yeah, you know why? They're not ask you red and blue, white and black questions. They want to hear you talk so they can smell your BS. That's what they do, right? Exactly. Tell me about the time. It's not enough that somebody has been a millionaire. That's how they're going to teach you how to be a millionaire. If they're a millionaire and they're teaching you how to be a millionaire, there's a very good chance they're about to scam you with that story. Did you know that, or you didn't know that? Have you ever heard Warren Buffett came and say, hey, I'm going to teach you how to be a millionaire? Have you ever heard that before? No, they might ask him, like, you've had so much success, right? Tell me about the difficult times. And then he might sneak in one little story how he lives in a small house in Nebraska, Omaha somewhere. I don't know, Omaha, Nebraska, something, you know. You might hear little things here and there. But that they set up a whole course to come and teach you how to become a Warren Buffett, that is weird. Okay, that's weird. We have some people doing it out there, but usually they're liars. Okay. So it's not good enough that you say results. If we're talking about results, no, I would talk about your results. If you're if you're making absolute statements, it's true. I might ask, what is the result you're creating? But I need some kind of process flow of how you got to that result from where you're going. If what you're saying is not making sense, it's the onus is on you to make it make sense to me. How is it me walking around the street holding women accountable going to help me get that good thing, a good wife? How is that going to help me maintain a good household? Just holding women accountable? So if they start holding women accountable, I will suddenly find a wife? Is that how that's going to work? Does that make sense?
My wife is right there behind me. Everywhere I fly to, she with me.
And then she goes, come on, man. Come on. That's the lamest thing I've ever seen. Let me repeat this. Let's see.
My wife is right there behind me. Everywhere I fly to, she with me.
I can still handle if he's talking about money. Say, I'm rich, bitch. I'm rich. Right? Don't ask me. I can still stand, but that's my wife behind me. Everybody see that? That is so lame.
You can't argue with the results. And that's why I have the blueprint of what it takes in order to be successfully married. They telling.
I guess this is a good place where I come and show my pretty wife and say, look at me too. Look at me too. I have a fine wife too. Weary. I don't care about Anton. I'm talking to you. Okay? If you're listening to this, I'm talking to you. As a man, okay, if you're a typical man in this society, especially if you engage with this conversation, your masculinity is needed. Okay? But if it's something you have to yell at the top of your lungs, it's not masculinity. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. It is not.
Sorry, oh.
It is not. It is not. What's the age? She is having a good time by herself in that place. D-Love, how you doing now? Good to see you. You can be a millionaire who's an asshole to his wife. Absolutely. I don't know what does that have to do with anything. Right? But yeah, he's saying, look at me. Yeah. This guy.
You what you want to hear. I want to see people.
So let me ask you this, Anton. Let me, and I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but I'm curious about this too, because you said that the root of the problem was that we dropped the ball generationally a while back.
No. He said we're pandering to women. That's the root of. Come on, man. Tasha, what's going on with you, man? You paying attention?
Are you saying that generationally it had nothing to do with the men? You're saying the women
precisely
who pretty much took us off track. When
Professor Odi, we're gonna go to Professor Odi. I'm gonna make sure I cover it today. I promise. Okay. He's shaking his head.
When you say our pretty much our ancestors dropped the ball, you're saying it was our lady ancestors that dropped the ball more specifically.
Correct. That was the initial issue. But when we see who's having the children today and raising these children, these men that they asking us to come and fix, that's a real time issue. The real time issue versus the initial problem is two different things. The real time
issues versus initial problem
issue. The asking us to come and fix, that's a real time issue. The initial issue. But when we see who's having the children today and raising these children, these men that they asking us to come and fix, that's a real time.
They're asking you to come and fix what? Is that
issue? The real time issue versus the initial problem is two different things. The real time issue is that women are still having children out of wedlock with the majority of men. That's not best for the
majority of men or minority of men. Are you confused?
Issue is that women are real time issue versus the initial problem is two different things. The real time issue is that women are still having children out of wedlock with the majority of men. That's not best for the community. And so we can't go back.
That's not the issue, bro. That's not the issue. It's not. There's no way that can be the issue. That is so broad. We don't know where to start from. Can you at least tell us where to start from?
I can fix your simp father.
Oh wait, not your simp father.
And so we can't go back and fix your simp father.
We can't go back and fix your simp father.
His time is up. It's over for him.
His time
now
is
we
up.
can get some understanding and hold each other accountable so that we can better understand how we're supposed to move forward. But when we talking about a real
Wait, I can hold you to that. You said hold each other accountable, right? Hold each other accountable, men and women.
Issue, it's women that are raising men to be feminine, and then they telling us that we got to come and fix them. Stop having children out of wedlock. Go back with your baby father. Stop opening up your legs and marry before you carry, and hold yourself accountable.
Marry before you carry. We can't argue with that, right? Until they start talking more.
And stop blaming men for everything.
Stop blaming men for everything. He injected the small poison right there. Now, any man who is not paying attention will engage that. They will engage that. Right? Because the poisons, they're not presented as poisons. Okay? They're presented, remember he said, as candy. they're presented as candy. He just injected that with number 3 poison right there. Stop blaming men. When you continue to move as though somebody is blaming you, that's all you can hear, or you think blaming or shaming is going to fix something, there's a fundamental problem. You're never going to get to a solution. Okay? If anything, you're enjoying the funk of where you found yourself. You know, you're talking in circles, you know, and the reality is that you're going to find enough people that don't want to hold themselves accountable. They rather hold other people accountable, and they don't want to take responsibility for what they find themselves. Men or women, they do the same thing. Okay? He's saying it's not about him. And yes, he has his wife, he has his child. He showcases his wife quite a bit, and he has money. He works a corporate job just to, you know, he has studios. He listen, he's doing well. He has a nice amount of followership. But what he's preaching it's not practical. Okay? Where do we start from, Anton? Tell us. We've gotten the message. There is a problem of quote-unquote epidemic of single mothers raising our boys. And this is why we're struggling with masculinity. I can't rock with that.
Let me ask this, Coach Crump, what's your thoughts when you hear that, as far as you know, when we talk about solutions for, really, we talk about, I was really trying to find a solution really for masculinity.
Tyshawn has just thrown a stray bullet right at Anton's neck.
Sorry.
I don't know if you picked that up. He said, this ninja has no solution. Coach Crump, please help us. That's what he just said.
But it seems like, Anton, you gave more so it seems like, was that the solution you were saying for the black community?
It seems like, just go ahead and tell him he's a terrible communicator.
Sorry.
Just tell him. It seems like, how many times?
Absolutely. That's the solution for the culture. For what
the solution you were saying for the black community? You gave more so it seems like, was that the solution you were saying for the black community?
Absolutely. That's the solution for the culture, for Western culture.
Okay, so what's your thoughts when you hear that, Coach?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of truth in there. Like
he said, there's a whole bunch of truth. He said, Anton, there's 80% of truth in what you said, but you laced it with poison.
Sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's going to talk more. He's giving Uncle Ekene's advice. Women should keep their legs closed, but no advice. That's where Ekene was getting it from. He was getting it from them. Closed, but no advice for them. It's a woman capable of making herself pregnant. I do not get it. We go shalaye tired to get you to get it. So D, we go shalaye tired.
Biggest principle that I think shouldn't get lost is accountability.
Wait, what?
In there, like
Coach. It's me.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of truth in there. Like the biggest principle that I think shouldn't get lost is accountability.
The biggest principle that's getting lost is accountability, right?
Professor started with personal responsibility.
Professor started with personal responsibility.
Culturally, the experience has been We got to make sure that everybody's being held accountable for their behavior.
Coach said we gotta make sure they're helping Anton, because Anton is either a terrible communicator, or he means what he's saying because he's looking to get the rile out of everybody, right? He said culturally we have to make sure everybody is being held accountable for their actions.
And we got to make sure that everybody's being held accountable for their behavior.
That everybody's been held accountable for their behavior.
And the reality is we're not consistent with that.
And the reality is that we're not consistent with that. Okay, good.
On a lot of levels.
On a lot of levels. Tell us. Don't pander. Don't pander. Don't let Anton get you.
And for the culture.
For the culture.
You know what I mean? But I'm big on when it comes to masculinity.
He's big on masculinity.
Taking that charge on, taking our sons on, and taking that issue. Because like you said, the other issue is that, am I even the father in the home? Because I know.
He said, am I even the father in the home?
I know a lot of fathers.
He's trying to create a balance.
That want to be in their home, that want to be in their life, but the game of child support, the game of baby, like it's so many other games that people are playing that even guys that really want to be that can't be that because of the situation they find themselves.
Okay, so he said there's a lot of games that women are playing that guys that want to be there can't be there. Now, I told you, I warned you before, gentlemen, if you end up in that child support court, Baba, you will collect.
Sorry.
There's no circling the manosphere or that's gonna save you. It's not. It's actually gonna get worse because you're gonna get caught up in emotions. They'll remind you of every way you should be hurt. And you know, because the application is missing, you're gonna try to go apply that to your baby mother, and then she will show you more shaking. Sorry. Now, if you find yourself in that situation, there are solutions. Solution is not to continue to paint this picture that women are just out there to hurt you. It's not going to help you. Okay, it make you feel better short term. Anton will make you feel better short term by listening to him, but it's not going to solve your problem. Then there are guys who don't even want to be there. Yes, fact. Because he said that.
It's so many other games that people are playing that even guys that really want to be.
He said, are you even there as a father? That's how he started. And then he ended it with.
Can't be that because of the situation they find themselves in. You know what I mean? So, yeah, the responsibility part on everybody's part and women. Like
he said on everybody's part and women. Most reasonable people can agree to that. They can rock with that. But unreasonable people, they will pick one side and attempt to keep it. And really, they're just gender warrior. Okay.
That helps solve a lot of gaps. But we always pass and blame. Again, that's when all this stuff comes up. When we don't make it aligned, when we don't make it black and white, when we don't make it your responsibility, my responsibility, now we create scenarios that people are left to interpret.
That's a problem, Coach. I didn't hear that part. That is a problem. It's not realistic. It's unrealistic expectations. Humans are not black and white. Humans, period. They're not black and white. You can tailor your message, your talking point to make it sound like it's black and white, sure. But it's not the reality. You just explain.
Explain, because no evidence.
Okay. Number 3 thing that you need to manage is your unrealistic expectations. As a human being, you have these unrealistic expectations. And a lot of time, it's not necessarily your fault. It's stuff you have to dig in deeper to realize that it's not realistic to expect that we can have black and white and we're holding each other accountable. The person that has the right answer is Professor Odi, and I know you guys are waiting for it. You're waiting. I know. I'm gonna get there. Almost there now. I think I'm done with Anton today. Actually,
you know what I mean. So
Odi,
yeah.
when you heard Anton's solution,
Odi's about to talk.
The first thing that came to my mind.
Anton's solution. What was the first thing that came to mind?
The first thing that came to my mind still, personal accountability.
That's it. Do you need more? Do you need Professor Odi to say more? Personal accountability. Everything else is unrealistic, not sustainable. The only thing you will hurt more people because you're teaching people that it's okay to be spending all their energy holding other people accountable when they be spending all their time on themselves. Personal growth, self-development. You know, there's only so much energy you have. Energy is neither destroyed nor created. It's moving, it's transforming always. But there's only so much time, energy that you have. You're going to waste all of it on holding other humans accountable when you can work on yourself and work on your ability to influence others to actually behave the way you want them to behave.
If we're talking about these children being made out of wedlock, if we're talking about all of these different issues, my issue then becomes, why is it that we then turn around and make it the woman's problem when it is also us who are contributing?
This is how you can get paid.
Oh no! Okay, let's pay some bills.
Reading scripts into your phone for at least an hour.
Into this problem, the woman's problem when it becomes, why is it that we then turn around and make it the woman's problem when it is also us who are contributing to this problem? I can't sit up here and say all of this is just the woman's problem or the women fumbled the ball. Like, nah, that's me as a man, that's me passing the baton. It's this constant ring around the rosy shit. Like, nah.
He called it, that's me passing the baton. All right. In the corporate world, we call it giving your problem away. Don't give your problem away. Don't give your problem to other people. Okay. Don't do it. You shoot yourself on the legs. If there's a problem in your life, in your relationship, hold yourself responsible for it. It's a good thing. It's not blaming yourself. It's not saying it is your fault. When a person is hurt, that's the first direction they go. They think of it as, so is it my fault? Listen to me carefully. Okay? He said passing the baton back and forth. Well, it's your fault. It's my fault. It's your fault. If there's a problem, just ask open-ended questions. Try to get to the root cause. Because it's your problem actively. Okay? Yeah, but that's their problem. Well, you interpret it that way. That's not my issue. No, you're wrong. That is now effectively your problem. And you're going to make it worse by passing the baton back and forth and forth and back and forth. You're not going to solve any problem. You're going to sound stupid to some of us at least.
Bro, if I'm a man and I'm saying I recognize how it is that the community is moving in a particular way, and I recognize that men are the ones who are contributing to some of the things that are happening in the community.
He's stressing men. Men.
How I'm going to go tell a woman, stop fucking these niggas, but then as soon as they stop fucking these niggas, then we turn around and we got a whole bunch of men who are now becoming predators. We got a whole bunch of men who are engaging in, you know what I'm saying, sexual, like, nah, G. If we're gonna, bro, what do you mean? So wait, hold on.
All right, so he brought in, violence into it. He brought it into it, right? I would say I wouldn't bring that into it because this one will catch you. You know, he's waiting for you. You can tell he was just waiting for you to sleep small, right? I wouldn't bring that into it, right? Because that's extreme, and that's extreme side of the story. But what he's trying to say is that, listen, we have those other situations there. Men are contributing to problems in society. You cannot, and we're not going to pretend that a bunch of uncles did not touch or have children touching themselves inappropriately. We're just going to, should we pretend? Anton does not want us to bring that into the conversation. It's just women opening their legs. That's the only problem. This is the part where we're pandering to women. You sound stupid if that's how you think. Yeah, I'm saying that intentionally so I can get your attention. Stay with me for a second. If you don't like it, jump off. Okay? You're not going to pretend that there's only one or two sides to the problems in society. It's not two sides either. It's gender warriors that want to try to help themselves a little bit and say it's two sides. No, it's not two sides either. There's so many things going on. He was ready. What?
Predators. we got a whole bunch of men who are engaging in, you know what I'm saying?
He didn't say majority, a whole bunch of men.
Sexual, like, nah, G. If we're gonna, bro, what do you mean? So wait, hold on. Just
you
real
tell
quick.
the women to stop.
Hold on, wait. Anton, let him finish his thought real quick.
You know, he never let Professor Odi finish. He never let him finish.
Let him finish his thought, Anton.
Say that energy, Anton.
Because the reality of the situation is this. A woman can't have a baby without a man. Straight up and down. So to continue to have this conversation,
If you're going to cut things down right through the middle, you want to be fair, right? If you're going to straight out down the middle, but we know that's not the reality, because I called out Coach Crump earlier on for saying black and white. It's not realistic. Straight down the middle, but that's what you're trying to do. If we're going to do that, it takes a man to impregnate a woman. We're just going to pretend that's not the case. No, he said it's just the 10% of men that are impregnating them, they should close their legs. That was his pushback on that. Maybe then I arrive at I have to agree to disagree.
and put all of the blame on women as if though we are not contributing to this problem, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Once again, how is the conversation about masculinity now becoming about what women need to do?
Why are you having a conversation about masculinity and then what women need to do? Women need to allow you to become a masculine man. That's what he's asking. Professor Odi is talking now. The professor is talking. Right?
How is it that we consistently, as men, when we have this conversation, we drive this conversation into what women need to do? We're talking about men, we're talking about masculinity, and the conversation becomes about women. We pass it the buck. So if we're talking about, and that's the reason why I wanted to ask the question earlier in the conversation, what's your definition of the word simp? Because the way that it is that I learned about the definition of the word simp is a man who has no boundaries, is a man who has lack of control, is a man who consistently engages with a woman who has no...
That's not the definition to Anton. What that definition to Anton and his followers is, if you're pandering, no, forget pandering. If you sound like you're pandering to women to them, you're a simp. The real definition is what Professor Odi is saying.
Lack of control is a man who consistently engages, a man who has no boundaries.
The Mr. Nice Guy, essentially. We've talked about that here before.
Is a man who has lack of control. Is a man who
no self-control.
Consistently engages with a woman who has no intent of engaging with him at the level that he wants.
You are talking to a girl, she's not interested, but somehow your feelings have been shattered. Now you have to go around the internet for the next 30 years saying women need to be held accountable. And even though you are married for the past 20 years, you can't get over it. I'm not talking about Anton. I'm talking about that person I just talked about. You just can't get over it. Now that's a simp. Okay? But I don't like using the word because honestly, I think the word has taken on a new meaning. So, and words do change meaning over generations depending on how it's being used, right? So I don't want to worry too much about that. I don't want to worry about that. I want to worry about the substance of what he's saying. A man who lacks boundaries. You know another way to demonstrate you lack boundaries? If you spend a lot of your time bashing women, you have no self-respect. How are you going to form your mouth to say you have self-respect? I don't know how you're going to do it. Try. Give it a shot. Right? Try.
So once again, how is this conversation? And once again, I don't disagree with community-wide accountability. I don't disagree with that. But how is it that we get to this part, or how is it that we get to this portion of conversation about men where we start talking about...
He does not disagree with community-wide accountability. But...
And once again, I don't disagree with community-wide accountability. I don't disagree with that. But how is it that we get to this part, or how is it that we get to this portion of conversation about men?
About men.
Where we start talking about women.
And then it becomes about women.
And we talking about men?
You said that everybody needs to take personal responsibility and accountability. And then you start talking about men again. Is it
because you kept pandering to men for the past 3 hours, bro? I don't need to help Professor Odi here, but let me come to the chat for a second. Not to offer. Gracious greatness, my brother. What's up, man? Yo, I think there's so much complexity and nuance to this. Definitely more than just the binary thinking to all these issues. Absolutely. That's what we're trying to get them to get. And it looks like we're going to shalaye tired. Let's see. All right, okay, and I just agree to each other. Conversations about masculinity isn't necessarily about women. No, it's not. It's not. I think if we're talking about a romantic relationship, then it's about sexual polarity, and we can't really do justice to that conversation unless we have specific cases that we can use as example. Okay. Yeah. Simp Abi. No, I chop everything. Simp, pimp, shrimp, voila. Anyway, let's keep going.
Everybody, or is it just men? That's rhetorical. Don't even worry about that.
Wait,
Talking
what?
about men again. Is it everybody, or is it just men? That's
Dumbass, it's men, because you started. Oh no, he's not a dumbass. Sorry, I shall be respectful. You know, me too. I get caught up in my little. Pardon me, Anton. Anton, you started by saying you want to hold women accountable. He's answering your questions. That how are we gonna do? Why are we talking about that if this conversation was about masculinity? But you're about to make this a bass boast because you can't help it.
rhetorical. Don't even worry about that.
No, I'm finna ask.
So he asked the question, and then he said it's rhetorical. Don't even worry about that because he wanted to hog the microphone again.
Question.
Hold on.
No. What do you mean? Hold on.
But no. But hold on, because if we're talking about community-based engagement, if we're talking about solutions, in my mind, in the community that I come from, in the culture that I come from, the men deal with the men and the women deal with the women. So if we're gonna have a conversation about what
He has an answer for that.
women need to do, I firmly believe that as an Igbo, we lead that conversation to the women.
He said, as an Igbo, so he's representing his culture. As an Igbo, he leaves that conversation to the women. It's not necessarily absolute, right? But it depends on what we're talking about. If you're talking about grown women, adult women, I mean, listen, it only makes sense to make sure that the environment is conducive for people to receive the message. One way to do that is to make sure that you're also nurturing and you're instilling value in women that can also become women leaders, because women will probably find it easier to receive from women. This is why in our coaching program, we have my wife Lola to help us so that we can make sure that we're getting perspective from both sides. You see what I'm saying? Because again, it's not just about how quality you think your truth or your message is. Can it be received? Is it useful at all? Is there some kind of utility to your message? I mean, it's just you want to hog the message as long as you think it's the truth. How useless do you think that is? That's the point that Professor Odi is making here, right? You leave that, at least at the very minimum, you want to make sure that the message is being received, not just to come out with all kind of venom against a side and just start running your mouth and just say, all these people, 90% of them, and not even hold yourself and check yourself at 90%. Are you mad?
No, we don't. Because the women are not dealing with the women. They telling them and they enabling them. They're enabling them with bad information. Okay, wait. Let me ask you a question. Because the men are
let him finish. You've been talking for so long, you won't let him finish. Right? Is that okay to bring the word simp in this place? Abi is only when you want to call a person a simp.
Hold on. Fellas.
Men by default are held accountable by society.
That's stupid. That's a stupid talking point. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, both sides. There's no such thing as default accountability. There's no such thing. See, the part that they don't tell you about this conversation is that at the end of the day, it's about relationships. They try to cap. Okay. They try to say that this is about the community.
Stop the cap.
It's a lie. This is about somebody not getting quikus when they want to get quikus. They're not getting smashed, they want to get smashed, or they don't have their way when it comes to relationships. Okay? Or a person, they found themselves, typically women, caught in a situation where they have to have sex out of responsibility with a person they really don't want to mess with. Right? When in fact, they got with this person from a romantic standpoint, maybe 8, 7, 9, 12 years ago. But now they feel like they're in some kind of captivity. They don't feel like they're practicing love in freedom. That's what this is about. The link is pinned to the top if you want to say something. I'm going to round up momentarily. Okay? I just wanted to make sure that Professor Odi says some things. Because this guy will not let him talk if it's up to him. So now we have to react and pause. Let's keep going.
If we don't pay child support, hold on. If we don't pay child support we go to jail.
By whom? By whose degree?
What does that have to do with masculinity? You should go to jail if you owe child support and you haven't communicated with the court system for a while. The society we live in says you'll get picked up and you might go to jail. That is not a law, by the way, for men only. It's also for women. But you're right. We live in a society that women are protected in that capacity because that's the double standard on that side for them. We have our own double standard that we also enjoy. Right? But no, you want to compete and you want to call it fairness. That's not fairness if you don't acknowledge that there's double standard on both sides that is unique to the female gender and to the male gender, respectively.
If we don't, hold on.
Whose decree?
Hold on, Odie.
Odie said by whose decree?
If we don't pay child support, we go to jail. There are no.
That's completely irrelevant.
Shelters largely that's made for men.
That's irrelevant. That's talking point. So now he's actively engaged in the gender war. Okay, so these are the reasons why you're fighting for men, advocating for men. I put it to you that you're actually hurting men more than you're helping them. Because if these are the reality that you're not going to change any day soon, then you're painting a picture that is going to change. Because if they're lame enough to listen to your message, you're painting a picture that is going to change. They're going to believe you, and it's not going to change. That means they're not really going to learn the skills they need to navigate this very cold, cruel world. I think say we foretell Anton to decenter other women who aren't his family from his life. He can't just meet a sister and all of a sudden in 5 minutes say he's holding them accountable. Yeah, that's literally what they do over there. He's actually capping and saying his society thing.
There are shelters that are made for women by default, by life. If we don't do what we're supposed to do, there is no sympathy for it.
That is so irrelevant because I don't want my children, daughter or wife to end up in those, whatever you call shelter. I don't even know why that's part of our conversation. We should be talking about how we can eliminate the possibility of shelter for as many people as possible, of course, including women and our children that we made with them. So outside of that conversation, it's irrelevant.
For us, we fail, we suffer, we don't get the girl, we don't get $200 and pass go, we don't get Monopoly, we don't get.
That's cap. You do get unemployment, and a bunch of you file for unemployment. I know because I worked on systems that process unemployment. That's cap.
Stop the cap.
That's cap. D-Love, you know how to read your comment. I don't know why they hold on to this child support thing. If you were in the house, would you not support your child? And most child support and peanuts are peanuts. Covers daycare. So this is the part where Brother Kidola would say, you know, that's their own life. We don't deal that way. The truth is that it's across the board. Okay. But also they will have an answer for you, D-Love. They will say, well, if you allow us to be in our children's life, so it becomes you against me, as opposed to who are we talking about? Whose family exactly are we talking about? Case by case by case. There are some people that have unfairly collected woto when it comes to child support. There's also some people that have been served, rightfully so, because they refuse to be in their children's life.
The railroads, we don't get nothing. You fail, you die, and you go. That's it. Women by default are always women. There are no men that are being pandered to. Women by default are always.
That's cap. People get on this platform all the time.
He literally spent the last 2 hours pandering to men.
What are you talking about? Can you
wait, hold on. What platform?
No, he's talking about this YouTube.
Bro, when I say this platform, I mean social media. People get on social media and pander to men all the time.
All the time.
They don't.
He just did for 2 hours, literally.
Men just
because there's no substance to anything he said except just pandering. This is why we call it pandering. There's no substance, and it looks like he's favoring just one side.
Started getting spaces to where they can even get their thoughts off, and when they get their thoughts off, women don't like it, and they automatically.
When they get their thoughts off, those that think they're getting their thoughts off, they're loud, disrespectful, lack social intelligence, don't know how to talk in public, have mouth like a lethal weapon, talking, and just raining abuse. Something you would expect women to do. Literally. That's what they do, bro. When they get their thoughts off.
Automatically want to cancel them. As a matter of fact, I'll go so far as to ask you, what women do you know at a mass scale with large platforms that aren't single baby mamas that's actually holding women accountable?
Multiple.
Who?
There's so many of them. So many. He's not listening to them. That's what it is.
Name one. Name one.
Jasmine's Garden. Straight up.
Who?
Nah, baby. Jasmine's Garden. You wouldn't know because it's not in your purview, brother.
It's not because it's not in your algorithms. It's not in your purview, he calls it. You won't know.
But I know.
How do you know what's in my purview?
You just your rhetoric. I'm answering for Professor Odi because I'm passionate. Yeah. We know what's in your purview by the way you talk, bro.
Do you know who Jasmine's Garden is?
Nope.
I don't.
Exactly.
My point.
That's
point
one
is
person that you name. How do you know
just
what's
said
in my
name
purview?
somebody and I named somebody.
You said name somebody. This is how they want to, you know, black and white, yes or no. This is the kind of question they ask. And when you answer it, they say, oh, it's just one person. Are you confused or something? Anton, come here real quick. Are you confused? Are you confused? She says all over the place, across the freaking board. Yeah, that rhetoric is Toby and Trap, hello. It seems these gender wars come from a lot of outbreak. It is. There's a lot of anger towards the opposite genders. Absolutely. Best to heal your heart so you're not fighting a subconscious battle. That's why they asked him, that's why somebody put it, that there's a war against self. And ultimately, there's something we're gonna find out eventually. There's something with Anton, you know. I think there's a possibility he's pretending he's just selling market, but I think there's something. We're gonna find out eventually. It's some kind of venom that's personal. He doesn't care about the community. That's cap.
Okay, so you name somebody. So what I'm gonna do is I'm a researcher and I'm a better understander and I'm gonna be open to the possibility that I'm wrong. But the reality is this: women are being pandered to, and I believe that you're being disingenuous by not acknowledging that. Women are being pandered to.
He didn't say women are not being pandered to. He said men are being pandered to because we just experienced that for 2 hours straight.
What I'm saying is that men are also pandering to others.
He said men are also. Is he confused? It's not listening. Is it just me? It's not listening. Come here, Anton. He's not listening. He said men also are being pandered to. The most viral channels are platforms where people pander to one side. That's just the nature of it. It's just what it is.
The men. You were talking about all these. Yes, they are. What are you talking?
So he said you're being disingenuous if you're claiming, but he's saying they're not.
The word pander means?
Hold on, wait. All right, guys. We talking in circles. So I do want to advance.
No, they were debating, man. Jesus Christ.
Conversation. Because now I can't even remember your damn original point, Odie. Because I think what were you originally trying to communicate? You were communicating that essentially we shift the blame from us taking accountability as men to putting it over to women, and we pretty much
wrong.
Additionally add to the single baby
No,
mothers.
it's not wrong. It's lame. It provides no solution to anybody. Okay, it only gets attention because there's enough people out here that are hurt, and they also tend to consume more of what soothes their feelings temporarily.
We are also a part of the puzzle of the single baby mothers being created, was your original point, correct?
My point, in my case in point, why do we always talk about chastity, but we don't talk to men about abstinence?
We absolutely do hold men accountable and talk.
No, we do not.
Chastity is closing your legs, right? My English is not that strong. Is that what it means? So while we're talking about them, we're not talking to men about abstinence. I think that conversation is going left now. But he's a good point. If you're going to talk about chastity, meaning closing your legs, don't have a baby then you have to, right? But what did Anton say? We absolutely hold men accountable all the time. They do talk about that sometimes, but only when it soothes them.
Bro, the biggest thing that we say on our platform.
The biggest thing we talk about as it relates to men being men is men going out here as fucking as many.
That's it. The most viral platforms is Fresh and Fit. asking men, do I need to play that again? Asking men to go and have sex with 50 people first, and suddenly they're going to have a good life if they just do that. Don't be juju with that. Do I need to? Let me play it for you so you guys can hear it. Okay, these are the most viral platforms. Listen to this.
Right?
Listen to this dumbass here.
Ben Shapiro. What do I tell guys that they gotta have? 5 things in place: 100 grand per year, have 6 months to 1 year of savings, be in shape, be 35 years old, and have sex with 50 women. The reason why I say that shit is because today's day and age, with the way women behave.
That's what they're preaching. That's another platform that panders to men heavily. They go viral. The moment I hold men accountable here, they just run their, when they know that I catch them, they just try to troll. Right? Not all of them, obviously, but they just try to troll because it's like, I guess it's right, but they never say that. The reality is that there are consequences for men in our society from a very physical, pragmatic standpoint. That's not the same thing as accountability. Oftentimes they justify the BS. They will even justify the consequence. That's not accountability. There's no such thing as default accountability. It's a stupid phrase. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Almost done here.
Many women
You're a liar because, as a matter of fact,
he's the first person to call the other person, the person is debating with, which they're supposed to have a respectful conversation, is the first person to call the other person a liar.
He going out here fucking as many women as they
you're a liar because, as a matter of fact, me
that's what
personally,
talk about big discipline all the time.
anybody in this chat will tell you.
You say you're a liar. Where I'm from, okay, we've disconnected from. Fine, thank you. Let's see, from Instagram. We're on Instagram for how long? We're on Instagram for 4 hours. Wow, they allow me on Instagram for 4 hours. That's interesting. He said you're a liar. The way I was raised, you call me a liar, that's not a compliment. I don't know what you, I know you guys are, a lot of people are okay with being called liar. They say it's just disagreements. Like, Baba, that's not a compliment as far as I'm concerned. You call me a liar, I might just shut off from the conversation. Okay, unless I'm getting paid, of course. I'll just go ahead and call you a liar too. But clearly the conversation is no longer being had. That's being emotional. You call a person a liar, you're being emotional. Because if they said something that you disagree with, that means they're coming from a different place. Your job is to find out where they're coming from and then tackle it with your own objective talking point. But you couldn't help it. Call him a liar.
We say on our platform,
the biggest thing we talk about as it relates to men being men is men going out here as fucking as many women as they.
And he said you're a liar.
You're a liar because
I just played it. So is he a liar or what? She said, look at this fool. Then in the process of having sex with 50 women, you're left with at least 5 baby mamas. Yes, because he's trying to, I thought it's his light that he's had 100 body counts. Well, if you're counting the Loloshos, I'm sure he's had 100 body counts. Because I'm sure they're sleeping with the Loloshos every night in Miami. But, we also know that they're liars. He's calling him a liar. Call him a liar. Oh, dear.
because, as a matter of fact, me personally,
big discipline all the time.
Anybody in this chat will tell you.
That's anybody in this chat. That's one population. That's selection bias, my brother.
That is selection bias. He couldn't hear you, bro. Oh my God, this guy does he ever understand English that much?
We're talking about how it is that men identify themselves as men.
Just look at everybody. We gotta look at the majority. But then when he soothes his feelings, he wants to say, look at the people in the chat, the people that were pandering to him in the chat. He wants us to look at them and then say, hey, these people know that I talk about dick discipline, or that I know you don't. Your whole platform is built based off of bashing women. Just call it what it is. And you've made some good money from it. You have a good living from it. But let's call that exactly what that is. Please go ahead and please stop the cap. Please.
Stop the cap.
Yeah. You're a liar.
If we're talking about statistically, it is the domination and the sexual prowess over women. So how is that not constituting to a problem?
Anybody in this chat will tell you that when I have
conversations, that's anybody in the chat.
Now hold on, one second.
Somebody in the let's look at the chat for a second here. Somebody said, okay, Anton Samuels. So a lot of people were saying the child baby of Kevin Samuels. He wants to be a son to Kevin Samuels so badly. That's absolutely accurate. I want to see if my comment is in there somewhere. It will pop up as yellow if it's there. I'm getting headache from the fighting. Nancy, so a lot of people that come to Hardly Initiated, they actually want to have a good conversation, respectful conversation. But guess who the first person to call a person a name or cut people off? Go figure. Is that what it's going to teach people? Literally, because people learn from your behavior more so than quote unquote results. Results inspire. That's about it. They have to do the work themselves. Okay, my result will inspire you. It can give me maybe credential. You know, I say I'm evidence based. I can teach you how to have good relationship all the time, but you have to do the work. That's not enough. You know, that's not enough. I'm still live for Chidima. I told you. I warned you now. I told you I'm gonna be here. How you there? The math ain't mathing. What year is this, Mr. Anyone? Antoine. I always laugh when the people call him Antoine. Antoine comes up to self-righteous. That's literally what he paints, and that's not authentic. So people can call the bullshit as soon as, literally, you know, as soon as you say it. They know. They might not be able to put their finger on it, but they know you're full of shit, right? It's only a matter of time. Let me go back up here a little bit. I'm looking at just the chat when they were talking. 2 men focus on men and raising men. Step 2, men focus on men and raising men. Empress said that. Most black men don't have children, period. Over half. So that's a person pandering to, if they don't have children, that means they're not in the conversation. Have you done statistics before, Brother Lee? I don't think so. All right, let's keep going. Black men gotta stay in the word. Understand who you are according to the Most High. Follow his laws, statutes, commandments, and you'll be in order. Okay, good. Chit Chat RFK Jr. had, I don't know what they're talking about. Let me see. I'm looking for, somebody said, wow, and he's back to pandering to men. The first thing I detected when I first stumbled into some of the Manosphere channels in 2020, I just noticed that simp this, simp that, simp this. I'm like, wait, because I always knew about the concept of Mr. Nice Guy, but then I, you know, like simps, like it looks like they're trying to describe Mr. Nice Guy, but they're trying to call it simp so that they can get away with not being held accountable for, like, okay, this is a bunch of people, this is a bunch of recovering simps. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're looking, you know, misery loves company. Like, you can't just turn around and call everybody a simp because you were a recovering simp. That's ridiculous. That's not gonna solve your problem, bro. You were a Mr. Nice Guy, you collected shege wutu from a woman. Let's fix the issue. But you walk around for the last, God knows how, 3-4 years still calling people simps. Oh, that's crazy, man. See, that's crazy, man. Oh my God, shout out to Google. Wow, and he's back to pandering to men. Let me see if I see another interesting, because I'm rounding up. I just love how we continue to discuss and blame mothers for the outcome of their sons, but the conversation of the father is never harped on, just glazed over. Yeah. There are women in this chat supporting him, by the way. Somebody says, stop regurgitating internet. I remember KN was like, where have you been? Because I was looking, but you know, I wasn't paying all the way attention. But then at some point I chatted. I was like, I don't like arguing with people that have made up their mind, especially if they're not my clients. Even my clients, I don't argue with them. You know, there are methods and strategies we use to bring them to the truth. How much more? You have to pay me to argue with you, bro. Okay, so I said that's it. Personal accountability. That's my comment there. When he mentioned it earlier on. AJ says step 2, stop having kids with random men. So let's just hold women accountable, right? Somebody said, Empress, a man can't have unprotected sex unless the woman says so. If she says no, he can't do it. So we should pass our accountability and responsibility to her, because she needs to say yes anyway. You see how stupid that sounds? That's extreme stupidity. Is there something beyond extreme? Extreme. Antoine, thank you, Jerry. Chidima said Antoine. Yes, Antoine. Black men are the most active parents in the USA. Irrelevant. I'm sure you have a data to back that up on blackdemographic.com somewhere. How did you know? That's completely irrelevant to the state of masculinity. This conversation, at the very best, could have been a bait to see if you still have your masculinity in you. But you bit that conversation and you showed your femininity, or your feminine energy, I should say, without... Yeah, you basically went ahead and showed it. Gentlemen that were pandering to men in this conversation, you went ahead and you just couldn't find yourself holding yourself accountable unless you feel like you're pandering. You feel like, I don't want to sound like I'm pandering to women. Me, I will never be scared of you calling me I'm pandering to women. I'll never be scared of that. I'll just look at you and just shake my head on my show, right? Because honestly, imagine me now getting to that level and then become feminine and arguing with you. That's chaotic. That's not... And we just saw an example of it, you know. But again, ultimately, I don't think the conversation has just their conduct in general. I don't want to align their conduct with feminine or masculine. The conversation was about masculinity, which is why I'm talking about it, you know. Generally speaking, it's a debate. Somebody's going to get dirty. It is what it is. And a lot of time, the dirtiest person will win a debate, you know. And it is what it is, you know. And people can be that lame and they will give the winning trophy to the lamest person. Yes, people can be that lame too. All right, so it is what it is. Let me see. Imagine how much respect we'd have if we waited for marriage to be intimate. Look at each person as if it may be someone else's spouse. That is a simp talk. Okay, the reality is that the world has never been a perfect place. There are people that follow a certain moral compass, and some people don't follow that. It is what it is, and people break those rules all the time since the beginning of mankind. We're not encouraging it. We're saying if you think it should be better, you bring some value to the table, to that conversation. You don't try to shame people into your own moral compass. That is a lame behavior. Okay, yes, even when you do it in the name of Jesus. In fact, it's actually worse. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Okay, I did think it was a good conversation overall, you know, and I think Anton made it interesting because he brought his lameness into it. I know, right?
Your femininity right now.
Hold on, wait.
Wait.
You operating in your femininity.
Wait.
When I have confidence,
guess who the first person in the same debate to say you're operating in your femininity, by the way? Guess what?
Anybody in this chat will tell you that when I have confidence,
that's anybody in the chat.
Now hold on.
You operating in your femininity right now.
Check it out. Hold on, wait, Odie.
He can't help it. This shaming.
Check it out.
What does that mean?
Hold on.
Because I let you.
That's a good question. That's how you know who is truly operating in their masculinity. What do you mean? Ask the question, what do you mean? Ask the question, what do you mean? Okay. There's a video that I posted on TikTok earlier on. This would be a good point to post this. Let me play this before I round up today. All right. There's a Baba that was advising people on today earlier on. Let me share. All right. Shout out to everybody that has seen this video. Let's go.
Men, we are liars. You know,
this guy said, "Men, we are liars." He was teaching his daughter. His daughter asked him any advice he would give, you know. But listen to what I had to say about this.
All right, so he said, "Men, we are liars."
That was earlier today.
Words together. When you're talking to these older folks, I don't know how it is, but when you're talking to these older folks, you gotta be careful. Make sure you ask more questions. Actually, one of the most dangerous behavior you can have that can destroy relationships and marriages is not asking questions. It's just making assumptions and making assertions off of what you hear. You need to ask for context. You need to ask, what do you mean? You need to ask now.
That's it. Let me.
He went on to tell a little bit more about what he meant, but he also said he lied to his wife for a while, and then he didn't really, like, she didn't find out the truth until they were married. But they've been married for 30 years, 3 beautiful kids. There's a reason for that. There's some positive reasons behind that. And oftentimes you don't wait to hear what the positives are, because you just take that one word and you run with it. All right, so ask, what do you mean? Just what it represents. You're open to, maybe there's a context, right? So even when it's quite obvious that this man is trying to shame Professor Odi, right? He still pauses and say, wait, what do you mean?
Check it out.
My femininity. What is that?
He said operating my femininity. What does that mean?
Hold on.
He said, what does that mean? If it was Anton, he would go ahead and do shalaye of why it's not feminine. He would try to do shalaye or try to shame the other person. He would just make assumptions.
Because I let you, I listened to what you said until you stopped.
Go ahead, brother.
And now I want to rebut. Right?
Go ahead.
I'm Anton.
He said, go ahead. Tell me more, lady. Go ahead, brother.
Please rebut, and I have a follow-up question here, but go ahead.
Come on, Tyshawn. You didn't let him finish. He said, go ahead. He was talking.
Anybody in this chat will tell you that when a guy comes up on my platform, or any dude that has ever gotten coaching from me, I go 10 times harder on that guy than I ever have any woman. 10 times harder on these guys. And what I find is that the guys are way more receptive to changing and evolving than women are. Women,
I'll tell you what. Let me let him finish.
Tend to be hurt, emotional. They want you to speak to their emotions. They want you to talk to them a certain way. But men, we go hard. Like, we push them. We make sure that they get themselves together. We don't let them have any excuses. We hold them accountable because we know that society is not going to have no mercy on them.
That's bullshit.
It's a different set of rules for guys.
It's truth that the society does not have mercy on men. Okay, if you move mad, you collect. I say that all the time. But it's mixing a bunch of baloney together here to try to sell something else.
You got to be way better, 10 times better than the people that you're competing against in order to be successful. So when we talk to men, it goes without saying that we do the work. But every time that we start to, in your words, hold other people accountable, because accountability go both ways, just because I'm holding him accountable does not mean that you're right.
What?
And so we hold women accountable, but then you get emotional about
you spent the last 2 hours saying it's all women's fault, Dumbo.
The fact, and I'm not talking about you specifically, but men in general, they get emotional when they simple for these women because they think that we supposed to treat them with kid gloves, when the decisions that they making is so egregious, and it's hurting us and it's affecting us in a negative way. So men are held accountable. They do the work, and they are girding up, and they are becoming better versions of themselves. But I don't see the same thing happening with women.
So hold off real quick.
He's wrong. He's just outrightly wrong. He's just wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. He said exactly what he meant. He's trying to shape it back into something else right now, and he's just wrong. Okay, Professor Odi's right. Let me just, I want to give him a quick shout out, proper good shout out, because I think he didn't get enough what he deserved attention from that show. He posted this, let me see if I can find it. I should have found it before now. On April 1st, he posted, okay, so it should be early. April 1st, what was April 1st? 5 days ago. Okay, I'll find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, let's go back here. April 1st. I'm not sure if it's up there again. As I said previously, I get a question about a lot. I'm rounding up. This was a long one, right? I don't do a lot of live shows. So I decided to do something long today. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me see if I can find it. I thought it was an April Fool post that he posted. I thought it was a lot of fun. I'm looking for it. There's a particular post I'm looking for, but
I'm not sure if I can find it, but go follow him, Professor.od. I'll play just this one last one, and then we'll go from there. Just this one, the first video I find. Okay, let's see.
Say that we want admiration. It begins with speaking amongst ourselves, to ourselves, and with ourselves about how it is that we build a healthy and holistic community. And that starts with weeding out the parts of masculinity and denouncing the parts of masculinity that require you to not be your full self in order to supplement other people's full selves. It requires us rejecting this idea that we as black men do not deserve spaces of rest. We say that we want respect. We say that we want admiration. It begins with speaking amongst ourselves, to ourselves, and with ourselves about how it is that we build a healthy and holistic community. And that starts with weeding out the parts of masculinity and denouncing the parts of masculinity that require you to not be your full self in order to supplement other people's full selves. It requires us rejecting this idea that we as black men do not deserve spaces of rest. We say that we want respect. We say that we want admiration. It begins with speaking.
Isn't that a word? You like that word right there? The short answer to this is a question for the men who don't operate in the belief system that minimizes women. What are we to do? Because it's almost a feeling that is justified, that for the simple fact that I'm a man means that I represent the negative aspects of a man women have experienced, whether I don't display the very forms of abuse or manipulation you just spoke on. More or less, how can the opposite sex look at one another with projecting the mistreatment received from others? He says, then Professor Odi said, the short answer to this question is prejudice is a cognitive impulse. I love it. It's a cognitive impulse, some of which are based in traumatic experience. The long answer is women are justified in their anger towards men socially due to the historical precedent of men or women. A number of men take this as a personal indictment of character. It is not. Allow me to explain. A number of us men, okay, let me see. A number of us men, as men, want to be seen as non-threatening towards women, or more accurately want to be seen as non-threatening individuals, which I understand. I share that same desire, right? The issue lies in seeing women engaging with you as a reward for being a good guy. Instead of the natural byproduct of you not being a pre-ejaculate dickhead. Now, here's where things get interesting. Wow. A number of men believe non-threatening to women means not being physically assaultive. A number of men believe that being non-threatening to women, not being physically assaultive or creepy or other overt behavior that are easily identifiable. I tell you that all the time. It's not the obvious stuff. It's not the obvious stuff. Question: when your peer begins talking about women, how do you engage? Your engagement, your rule of engagement. There is a difference between vocalizing your disdain of your personal experiences and justifying their oppression. The women who feel justified in their responses or treatment of men based upon their allegiance to dismantle the patriarchy are going to progress in their self-righteousness whether you are there or not. You have the right to disagree with them ideologically, yes, which I disagree here all the time with women's overly feministic talking point. And you have the freedom to express your perception. Of course you do. That is how discourse works. However, if your adherence to not being that guy is with the expectation of reward, let that go. Letting go. Because of over time, what will happen is that you will become resentful. You will sound like Anton on the internet. No, you can't lie to all of us. You can lie to some of them. You can't lie to all of us, right? You become resentful that you have not been given pussy on a platter as a prize because you're a good guy. Because you impregnated somebody that just come and marry you. Are you mad or something? You do not have to tolerate disrespect simply because you're a man. You never have. Where'd you get that message from? That's you talking to yourselves and pandering to yourselves. You never have to tolerate disrespect. Ever. Ever. I would never implore you to do that. But my guy, if this is who you genuinely are as a person and you're asking me what you should do, like you tolerate disrespect and then you're asking people what you should do, keep doing you, because here's the thing. There are women who are reactionary towards men. There are women who are aware of how men move, act, and behave. Yes. Very self-aware women are out here too, just so you know. There are also women who are discerning enough to understand when a man understands and genuinely challenges the foolishness of his counterpart. So, just be your own man. The rest will fall as it may. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That was a hell of a TED Talk.
Say the weird thing. People are desperately seeking realness.
White men in the 19th century utilized racism.
Oh man.
Yo, it's your boy Professor Odie back with more emotional intelligence.
Okay, this is the one I was trying to play for you. So let me play it for you from the beginning.
Yo, it's your boy Professor Odie back with more emotional intelligence.
I told you I was going to give him a shine. If not that I don't have time to chase people around, I will invite him. If you want to invite him, go to us and DM him and invite him to our platform. I will entertain it. But I don't have to. You have to chase these people, and I don't have proposals ready for that, you know. But I want to give him the shine that he deserves because he handled that conversation perfectly. He gave the basketballs, because sometimes you have to give the basketballs to stupid people. He did give it, right? But then he also had to honor the host and respect them. You know, some people don't know how to do that.
/therapeutic/coaching based content, and I I had some of my friends in the tip.
Wait, is this he's a therapist?
Yo, it's your boy Professor Odie back with more emotional intelligence /therapeutic/coaching based content, and
therapeutic/coaching based content. Okay.
Now, I had some of my friends in the tizzy yesterday because I posted an April Fool's joke. Let me show y'all what I posted. What I said was.
So he posted this yesterday. What he said is.
Alright, so I've been holding on to this one for a while. I truly believe that a woman's place is behind her man. She should allow him to lead in every aspect of his and her life, irrespective of how she feels. Ladies, facts ain't feelings, and they do not belong in the equation of how household decisions are made.
He meant, so you could tell it's not really him that talks that way. He wanted to say feelings ain't facts. But he said, ladies, facts ain't feelings. It was fake. It was fake terrible.
That's why men don't consult you. It has nothing to do with
the ones that really feel that way. They don't make that mistake. They will tell you straight up, facts ain't feelings. Okay.
With them being intimidated by how you speak or move. If you give a man the space to be masculine, he will rightly adjust himself.
If you allow a man to be masculine, that's a curse. That is a blasphemy. Chidima says, I love that question. When your peers begin talking about women, how do you engage? Same question for women and vice versa. Thank you. The answer reveals a lot. Absolutely. How do you engage? Check yourself. How you engage is you. All you. Absolutely. You could tell when they are not really gender warriors.
To rise to that challenge, you just got to be quiet enough to hear the will of his heart and mind. But a lot of y'all not ready for that conversation 100% anymore.
Okay, before he answers, let me read it in our accent so you guys can hear me very well. He said, alright, so I've been holding on to this one for a while. I truly believe that a woman's place is behind her men. It was an April Fool post, right? She should allow him to lead in every Even me, I can't even read it all the way through. It just sounds like curses to me. It just sounds like blasphemy. She should allow him to. I found it disrespectful. The sentence is disrespectful to me as a man. That a woman will allow me to lead. Jesus Christ. God help me. Let me go back to the beginning. Alright. So I've been holding on to this one for a while. I truly believe that the woman's place is behind a man. She should allow him to lead in every aspect of his or her life irrespective of how she feels. Quote unquote feels. Ladies, facts ain't feelings, and they do not belong in the equation of how household decisions are made. That's why men don't consult you. It has nothing to do with them being intimidated by how you speak or move. If you give a man space to be masculine, he will rightly adjust himself to rise to that challenge. You just gotta be quiet enough to hear the will of his heart and mind. But how a lot of y'all, let's speak my Embonic in peace. But how a lot of y'all not ready for that, but a lot of y'all not ready for that conversation. So he's going to answer himself. It was an April Fool post.
Man, if y'all know me for real, y'all know I never let that fly.
God forbid.
But here's why. First of all, I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you feel like you have to wait for a woman to be submissive in order for you to be masculine, that is literally the same language as women saying, oh, you gotta put me in my feminine. No.
That's the same shit. You accuse women of saying, I gotta put you in your feminine all the time.
Oh, you are who you are when you are that thing. This language is usually utilized when a person is asking to be validated.
You're asking to be validated. It's nothing wrong with needing a little validation. In fact, seductive women knows how to validate your feelings if there's enough in that for them to not go bankrupt, right? But you need that badly. You're yelling at the top of your lungs on an internet channel somewhere. Baba, there's problems.
When a person is asking to be seen or when a person is asking to be respected. Now, here's the thing. What team sport do you know or what team sport have you heard of where all the players play following behind the team captain? To my knowledge, there is not a sport being played like that.
Wow. Where what team sport do you know? Everybody is following behind and just... There's no team sport like that. Everybody plays their role. That's where it's going.
In any sport, each member has their role.
Each member has their role
that they are given based upon their strength and what it is that we've ascertained that they're good at. When they get into the huddle to discuss plays, everybody's in a circle. Only time I've ever seen somebody in front of something and then leading somebody in a mark is when you in primary school and the teacher say that you a line leader. That don't fit in relationships, G.
No.
Your woman is called your partner for a reason. Because as a man, once again, if you're worth your salt, one, you've already come to this field with...
Once you're worth your salt. Listen, I speak the way I speak, like from the village. But the way this guy is wording it, I'm giving a pass for all the terminologies that I hate. Okay? Once you're worth the salt.
Strengths of your own that you can continue to develop in order to support a team effort. You also have properly assessed the members of your team on strength.
You've assessed the members of your team on strength and guess what? Weakness probably, right?
Areas of improvement.
Areas of improvement, ability to communicate.
On a team, everybody has a common goal and team members must communicate in order to achieve that goal. If the goal is you are growing as a relationship dynamic, then your leadership skill is based upon...
If you claim this is a relationship, you cannot bring gender warrior into that same space. You collect.
On your ability to assess, to manage resources.
Manage resources! No, he didn't say that. Oh, wow. This guy has stolen some of my talking points.
To acquire resources appropriately. To
acquire resources appropriately. Sometimes you need help. So it's okay to need help, right?
Engage and follow through. And to regulate yourself in spaces of disappointment.
Regulate yourself in places of disappointment. Inevitable.
Now to the second part about facts not being feelings.
The second part about facts not being feelings, yes?
I'm sorry, feelings are not facts. This is
oh, he corrected himself because it's not really who he is. I'm sorry, feelings are not facts.
Correct. Feelings are not facts. But feelings are still data.
Feelings are still data, you got damn it dumblings out there. Feelings are data. I've never said that before, I admit. Okay, but I'm still in it henceforth. Feelings are data. You're not going to pretend that emotions are not data that you have to assess and pay attention to. Especially if in corporate world they do the same thing. Even more so for you. Because in this respect, you can go bankrupt without knowing it because emotions no be your mate.
In dialectical behavioral therapy, we have something called the wise mind. The wise mind is the space of decision making that comes from combining the emotional mind and the rational mind. This is the reason why emotional intelligence is so important.
Emotional intelligence is the holy grail.
Understanding how to identify, communicate, and regulate your emotions statistically helps you make better decisions, and it helps you to be a better leader. Consulting with your partner about making a decision that includes the both of you all and affects the both of you all is intentional and effective leadership. It builds trust. It helps foster a deeper sense of security in the relationship. It helps your partner feel as if though they are an important part of the dynamic.
He helps your partner feel like they are an important part of the dynamic. Right? Imagine if Professor Odi had a chance to say all of this on that hardly initiated live stream and more. He probably won't get as many views. Let me see how many views that video has right now. Let me see. I'm about to see right now. Let me see how many views that video has. That video has 52,000 views right now. He won't get half as much if he had a chance to say everything he's saying all by himself. Do you now see what the problem is? The problem is not women all by themselves, because people are coconut heads. That's why pride is the problem across the board. Pride is the problem across the board. When you have pride, that's usually accompanied by unrealistic expectations, and you will basically talk from a confused place most of the time, aka, for example, e.g., holding women accountable. You're confused. Pride is the number one destroyer of relationships. That's it. Pride is destroying everything. And it's not new. It's always been there. That's not a new thing.
A lot of us as men mix up leadership and dictatorship. Dictatorship is I say, you do. Leadership is I plan, we discuss.
I plan, we discuss.
This is the reason why I say to a lot of men, submission is a two-way street.
Didn't want to hear that. Submission is a two-way streak.
Because the second definition of the word submission, or to submit, means to give something for evaluation or assessment. If you lack the skill of planning, self-management, self-initiation, communication, and follow-through, not only will you not be trusted as a leader.
Follow-through is the patience. You know, when we set a strategy in place for you, you have to follow through. And following through is going to test you. It's going to be difficult. It's going to test your patience in every respect. You're going to be like, this doesn't work, I give up. I'm about to give up. You engage your assertion, your assumptions, your declaration, your affirmation. You get tired of asking questions that you've actually never asked before. You actually never ask questions. You're not in the, you don't, because you kind of know everything. You have common sense, remember? You know it all. There's no need to ask questions. That's the follow through part. Following through means you said this, I've done this, I have a question at this point. All right, let's keep going again. This is what I experienced. I have a question at this point. That's following all the way through. You see, you're consistent, you see it all the way through to the end. Right? Do I need to bring accountability into that conversation? Yeah, you hold yourself accountable. And sometimes it's okay to fall apart. You fall off, you pick it back up. That's part of being human being. If men are arguing with this concept in our society, we're doomed. And they kind of find a way to put it inside some candy that say it's the women that are opening their legs, so we must hold them accountable. That's not going to work. Following through. That's probably the most important part of everything he just said right there. He talked about all those Oyibo communication, skill set, this, that, all the strategy. And then they got to a point, he said, no, that's not the end of it. You have to follow all the way through.
Those are core elements of the divine masculine that a number of men believe are not necessary to communicate to a woman.
Yeah, they just want to talk.
Like, nah, we got to stop with that. Building a healthy relationship requires emotional intelligence, communication, and listening skills. Like, that's it. Those things also require a deep level of vulnerability.
Absolutely. You have to lose God small. You know who taught us that, right? Timini. Even though I think Timini is lame. But Timini, not lame, not immature, you know. It comes off as immature. You have to rest those guards to a large extent, which means you have to trust. You have to choose to trust. If you can't trust yourself or your partner, you trust God. You have to practice it from a place of practice. Be intentional about trusting. If you can't do that, sorry, yeah, you're going to basically miss out on life.
And a deep level
and love
of trust within your partner, which means that you 9 times out of 10, in order to gather that in a partner, you can't be afraid, or you can't be
afraid and they're uptight about your rhetorics and your same stupid talking point. Not open-minded at all.
Around women who know how to lead themselves and will challenge your ability to lead them, not criticize or invalidate, but challenge.
Not criticize or invalidate, but will challenge your ability to lead them. And women are wired that way. It's called the shit test in so many respects. You will be shit tested. It's just what it is. That's what builds you as a man. That's part of it.
You questions.
Oh yeah, by the way, if you're in a funky relationship or you're in a funky place in your relationship, you're being intentional. That can be said to be masculine. You're being intentional. You're not just resting and being, right? It's not a crime. Sometimes, if as a person of a certain age, if you find yourself, you take responsibility, you build it until you get what you're looking for. That's another type of dynamic that we can talk about later on for you ladies. But that's why I don't like bringing the masculinity thing, because masculinity sounds like a curse for women, but sometimes you have to be intentional. You have to be deliberate about how you move, right? And that's not a resting place exactly. You're being intentional, but you're doing that because eventually you want to get into a place where you're able to rest, and there's that sexual polarity that you're looking for that you can rest in at that point in time. So it's a little tricky, but there are ways that you can be coached to make it your reality. There are skill sets around that, okay? So don't hold yourself to the semantics of these words too much. It's not that deep, okay?
Seeking clarity, giving you feedback on what it is that you brought. It's a discussion, it's a dialogue, so that they can feel comfortable enough to follow you beside you and not behind you. But yeah, man, once again, it's your boy, Professor Odie, with more intelligent, emotional coaching and therapeutic content. I'll see y'all on the next video. Peace.
That's a good one. So he did that the hood way, hopefully, hoping that somebody will listen to some kind of hood message. I don't know. But it's about the substance, right? Somebody said, I agree with your perspective. Pedantic criticism. You intentionally took the behind part of his post and made a bad analogy. Sports is actually the perfect example. They do line up behind captains. Captains go out. No. Critically drinking. Oh, God. They can't help it. Captains go out for coin tosses and different decisions, but each person plays in their role position. You acted as if he wanted the woman to literally file in behind him, physically like in your example, but they don't play lined up, but they do present lined up with captains in front. That's just dumb. That's dumb. That's all. Oh, God. I don't know where to start from. The person is disagreeing with him, but respectfully. It's okay to disagree, but at least make sure you come strong. Oh, Lord. I'm going to come to the chat in a second here. Let me see his response. I'm just going to go with his response. And that is my overall point in the analogy. It is that the morale of the captain, there is a captain, there's a point, but there's a role that everyone else that is not a captain play. Right? Not lining up behind people. That's stupid. Line up for what purpose? It is that same morale of the captain, the direction of the coach, and direction, right, of the coach and cooperation of the team that wins the game. There are a number of men who erroneously believe that it is only the captain who wins the game. That's the point he was making. Do we need to go into that argument? Oh Lord. Somebody said, I'm so glad I didn't see that post. Per usual, you don't miss. I don't know. I guess that's somebody else's post. Definitely had me bamboozled. I said, oh, you acting out of character. All right. Anyway. So let me come to let's come and so let's make a declaration, shall we? Who is the simp here? Who's the simp here? Okay. Overall, who is the simp? I know most women. I know what you're going to say, you know. But let me come to the chat for a second here. This was a 5-hour coaching session. Can you believe it? It's a 5-hour coaching session. People that stumble in between may not really get it, but I think we did some justice with this one, you know. But we had to have a little bass boost to make it make sense. Marriott, how far are you there? This is a long life, yeah. 5 hours. It's like catching up on a whole week, or maybe 2-3 weeks of live, right? You don't ever want to hear that. It's not a small shanshi. I joined a few minutes ago. Was surprised we're still live too. Yeah, welcome, ladies. It's the men that are pressuring women to open their legs so they can insert their prick. We're in Indiara. Who is pressuring women to open their legs? We pressure women? I don't agree with that one. No. Women just want to open their legs sometimes. Sometimes you're just good at what you're good at, and the woman want to open their legs. If you know how to make a woman feel heard, seen, understood, important, particularly heard, mostly heard, right? You can penetrate everything. Physically, emotionally, spiritually, literally, okay? That's a game that... that's part of the game that men should just pick up from, instead of trying to do shalaye onto their right, which is never going to happen on this internet streets. Yeah, I think we're all adults, but there are roles, you know, which is a point that Professor Odi was trying to make there. No, women just fell on innocent bulla that was just minding their business. Yeah, by mistakenly. Exactly. Yep. Indiara for it. What is Indiara? That sounds like Oloshi, right? Is that what that is? We have reached a point where all these men with absent daddies have to get online daddies to help them navigate basic relationship. Now, hey, voila. You have to go and watch the beginning of Marriott. You have to go and watch the beginning. Coconut Head is absolutely a bastard. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. That's the main problem across the board. Both men and women, okay? When you've collected shege from this internet streets, not internet street only, from relationship from a man or woman, if you have collected shege, your natural instinct, natural reaction, knee-jerk reaction is to make all types of assertions, assumption, what you think it is, what you and even when you read book, what you're going there to read, you're looking out for confirmation bias for the most part. That's what you're doing, you know. It's not an indictment. You're not abnormal. You're a normal human being, but those of us on the outside of this that studies all the time, we're letting you know that you might want to check that. That's not something that's going to help you, right? That's not something that's going to help you. Essentially, you go inside a book to go with your coconut head, to go and be looking for things that will align with your bias, right? We all do it, okay? We all do it. And that's what I call coconut head. And you have to put that in check. It's called pride, right? Pride, number 4. You have to put that in check. Now, by the time pride has performed all of the atrocities you want to perform on your relationship, what it looks like is all the symptoms, everything that Anton was talking about. Women opening their legs, talking about whole face, is preaching whole face to themselves as a solution to future good marriage, or preaching that they should wait until 35 or after all of the education before they get married. They come up with all these lame formulas that really doesn't hold weight, right? That's what people do. Now men are saying they come up with their own formula. Let's come up with our own formula. What's the formula? Let's just hold women accountable. Will it work? It cannot work. It's not going to work, you know. It's coconut head. It's a bastard. We need to check it. All of us need to be checking that at any point in time. Humble yourself. Look at your personal result at a micro level. Not I've been married for 20 years. That doesn't mean shit. Not I've been married for 35 years. Doesn't mean anything. At a micro level, at most, this last week, did you have a good experience in your marriage or you didn't? If you didn't, you have to check your coconut head first. Once you check that, then we go ahead to check the other person's coconut head, but we have to use strategy. We have to be strategic in that. We cannot just say, let me drag everybody with my coconut head to the therapy so that we can argue for 1 hour and waste $150. Isn't that what they all do? Coconut head is the bastard in all of this. And you can see Anton demonstrate that clearly. Right? Who is the simp? I haven't said it yet. Who is the simp in all of this? I'm going to answer two questions to end this session. Who is the simp? And also, is toxic masculinity real? I said, me, I don't get it, but me, I'm here. Some people, Chidima says, some people lack of comprehension is not another person's responsibility. Well, if you are married to that person, their lack of comprehension is your responsibility. I hate to break that to you. Ouch. I'm sorry. Stray bullets. Whoever that caught, it caught you. I'm sorry. Okay. If you're married to a person that lacks comprehension, if your assertion, your assumption, your conclusion is that that person lacks comprehension, that becomes your responsibility, okay? At least indirectly. At least indirectly. So the question, what are you going to do about it, comes to life. What are you going to do about it? It takes on a whole life on its own. Now you can choose to call them names, shame them like Anton, right? Tell them that it's because of their simp fathers or because of their single mothers, right? You can choose to do all that if you want, right? But now you get to decide, is that the best way to handle your responsibility? Or maybe it might be best, if I don't know what I'm doing, I should seek help. Maybe I should seek help if I don't know what I'm doing. Because if you're in that funk, there's a good chance you're confused if you're a normal human being, because you're on the receiving end of a person who lacks comprehension. You're collecting back to back, woto, shutting you down, you're shutting them down. You know, everybody's acting mad in the same household. You don't know what to do with that. So it's very, very important to pay attention to that. It becomes your responsibility. Let me see here. Me, I don't get it all, but I'm here. Shout out to you, Marriott. We're all trying to get it too. But I heard YouTube penalizes you if you don't do regular lives. If you are known, the algorithm penalizes you indirectly. If you are known for lives and you don't do lives, yes, because the algorithm kind of get used to what you feed it, because the data you feed it is what it uses to push you. So then, so that's actually a good possibility. But that's how AI and the algorithms work in general. It's basically off of the data that you feed it. All I get game or bad boy things. What did I say that made you say that, Chidima? What did I say now? Everyone they collect. Everyone collect. Listen, on this session, if you paid attention, everybody collect, including myself, Godself. Honestly, Ola, you misunderstood. I meant when you were reading the response to Professor Odi, the response with the sports captain. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You should put that in quotes. I forgot who I was reading earlier that I didn't put it in quotes too. That's it. You gotta put that in quotes so I can know you're referencing something else. Thank you, Jerry Chidima. Yeah, absolutely. The competition thing, it doesn't work when you claim to be on the same team, or as a part of reality it's supposed to be the same team, but then you're moving from a place of gender warrior. You're going to make matters worse for yourself. All right. If you ever feel the need to do gender warrior, it simply means you're bankrupt and you need to take care of self. You need to take care of yourself physically, spiritually. You need to take the next 3 months. 3 months, no less. If it's less than that, you're not listening. Your coconut head is talking. You need to take 3 months to take care of self. You cannot give what you don't have, man or woman. Okay? But what if another man steal my wife before 3 months? What if? Exactly. What if that happens? Can you live? Maybe that's why they are running away from you. Right? Maybe that's why they are disrespectful to you. Maybe that's why they are taking you for granted. Maybe you're demonstrating that you're not self-sustainable. You need to hold them accountable before you can live a life on your own. Maybe that's what they're demonstrating. What if you lost that person before 3 months of actually feeding and taking care of yourself? What if? That's a question you need to answer. What would that tell you if they can't wait a whole 3 months for you to take care of yourself? What does that tell you? It takes 3 months to take care of yourself, your own needs. Mostly what I'm talking about is emotionally. But yes, sometimes you feed the emotions by taking care of yourself, buying stuff for yourself, making sure you stay fit, making sure you're feeding yourself with good food, right? Making sure you're engaging your career in the way that it's been needed for a while, that you haven't really paid attention to, right? Is that easy? No. Everything I just said is easier said than done. Everything I said for the past 5 hours is easier said than done. Sorry. You're going to have to do the work. You have to do the work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to do the work. Okay? It's for your own good, right? It's for your own good. It's going to take a minute. Okay? Wherever you find yourself, if it's not good enough, you didn't get there overnight. It takes a minute to get there. So you shouldn't. And generally speaking, as a principle of life, it's easier to destroy than it is to build. It's going to take a minute to build back up. Longer than a minute. Okay. But you have to pick one angle as a point of leverage. Shaming other people and holding them responsible in the name of I'm doing it for community will not work. You will shoot yourself on the legs. That's what simps do. Am I giving you the answer already? The simps will always look for a way to hold other people accountable. It's everything else's fault but self. So even when you're not blaming them, internally they feel judged already. They start, so is it our fault? Is it our fault? Is it our fault? Who is talking about fault? I'm not talking about fault. I'm asking you, you're responsible for where you found yourself. Where you find yourself now. What are you going to do about it? But what about the other person? So we should just no, you got to do what you want to do, including if you think it's a good strategy, keep holding other adults accountable for your own good. Let's see how it works out. I'll be here. I've been talking about this for 3-4 years. I'll still be here. It's not working about. The whole manosphere fell apart in the middle of this conversation. They can't even hold it because men are not designed to have such stupid conversations. It can't stand. It's misplaced. It's misplaced energy. What ended up happening is women went there and took over. Oh, Bernie.
Oh, beauty.
All right. Let's call it a day. Here's what I wanted to share with you today. Let me answer the question. Who is the simp? Anton is a simp. It's bona fide. Bona fide, okay? He is, okay? It is what it is. I'm sorry. Okay? That's what I think. What I mean by that is a Mr. Nice guy who needs to be accepted. And he's, how do I know? He's loud about, he doesn't care about wanting to be accepted. That's bullshit. He's just trying to convince himself. He's a Mr. Nice guy. He's the simp, okay? Professor Odi, I don't know him enough, so I can't make any declaration, so I don't make the same mistake that I made with Anton. But I've heard enough that's solid, and he's learned. It looks like he's gone through school, and also he's adding some street smarts to this conversation. I like it. I followed him. I'll keep a lookout for what he's saying, and he handled that conversation the way I would have handled it. There's only so much basketballs I can give to lame, stupid people. I'm not a basketballs person unless I'm doing this conversation here, which I make money from doing it, So, I don't know, but that's my declaration on that. Anton Daniels is the simp in this equation. Now, to answer the other question, is toxic masculinity real? Yes. Okay. If enough people are saying or using the terminology, the phrase, then you ask, what do you mean? The same question that Professor Erdi, you don't say there's no such thing. That's the way you demonstrate you're a terrible communicator. Okay? You don't just say it doesn't exist and then try to shut the other side down. No. If you're still engaged in the conversation, you say, ask, what do you mean? You need to address what they mean, not what they're saying necessarily. Because like I said, some of the ways people stitch sentences together sometimes is the problem. So if you don't take the time to try to understand what they mean, you're going to miss it completely. Okay? Whenever you say, what do you mean? Please be open. Be open to actually listen to understand. Don't just listen because you already have what you're going to say, because Allah said, what do you mean? You can say, what do you mean another way. Okay, you can say kilo me, you can say as in, you can say it a different way. The point is that be open to context. That's the point. Don't just run with rhetorics, straightforward black and white rhetorics. Eventually some of us will call you out as lame. I'm sorry. Okay, the world is not black and white. It will never be black and white. That's where all this accountability stuff is coming from. It's basically moral police everywhere that are still collecting shege for not knowing what they're doing. Okay. All right. So with that being said, I'm going to leave you with this last two lessons. These three lessons right here. Three subtle lethal behaviors that destroy marriages and relationship. Number 3, never asking questions even in the midst of confusion. You just never ask questions. Okay. Usually people that use common sense, there's nothing to ask. They have all the common sense. It's just black and white to them. They can see it as you just never ask questions. It's just not your thing, right? You just make assumptions, assertions, and conclusions off of limited information. That will destroy your marriage. Okay. So that's congruent to what I said earlier with the thing. Okay. Number 2, assertive statement that threatens the end of the marriage or relationship, but never decisive. You haven't really decided, but you're just threatening the other person. I will do this. I'm about to. You keep doing that, the universe will agree with you at some point. Number 1, paying the price of everything with expectations. There's nothing wrong with paying the price for everything by giving your all into everything, by burying yourself. And Allah also preach about give, right? But I also say give to self. I don't say give. The whole point of me not focusing on take is I don't want you to have unrealistic expectations. The reality is that the universe always reciprocates. Everything is already balanced. We're just going ourselves for no reason. Everything is balanced. Okay, but if you are paying for everything or you're giving yourself away and then you're attached to expectations, you will destroy that relationship. You'll go bankrupt. The other person will feel drained. You will feel drained. Obviously, it's going to work. I wanted to share that really quickly before we end all of this. Gracious greatness, can't wait. He said, Oberi, I marvel at you all. They take over. They take over everything. If you catch yourself acting like a woman, they will say, this is one of us. They will join you and they will help you multiply it. That's good, Ola. I hate the term modern woman, but from now I will ask, what do you mean? And not always assume a certain context. Yes, because some people don't necessarily understand where it's born from. Some people are using the term, they didn't realize that Kabisama was going viral with it, and they might not mean. Don't make the assumptions. Avoid the assumptions. Just ask them what they mean. Have some conversations around it. There are nuances. Exactly. It's been a few years, so the conversation becomes, and some people will use terminologies that they don't know what the background of the terminology is. And then you are, for example, people like, Happy Easter. No, we don't do that Easter thing. That's pagan. Like, huh? The person like, what do you mean? What's pagan? Easter, it just means Jesus is our rice. That's all it means, right? So always understand the context. I beg Oberi, please don't come for me tonight. I don't want collect in this night. Hey, these Oberis here are solid. They don't do such things. All I know is I avoid men and women who use manosphere misogynistic terms and talking points. I'm okay with the consequences. Marriott is always trying to be ahead of me. Consequences. If it's truly consequences, you won't be okay with it. That's a fact. If it's truly consequences, you will not be okay with it. you know. But I think just in general, just even in your corporate life, outside of even romantic relationship, context is something that we should all strive to try to understand and not make assumptions. It's just the consequences are worse in romantic relations because people get muddy and get caught up in all the whatchamacallit, in the emotions of it all, you know. And there's no, you lose guard, right? Everybody's guards are down, and then people get hurt, and there's no nobody's going to jail. You just collect, you just carry trauma, emotional trauma all over the place, and then you dish it to another person later on, and you say, I'm okay with it. No, the other person will go collect. No. We're never okay with anything called consequences that's bad, okay? So we're not just going to just do that, all right? But I hear you, Marriott. As for me, I like Renaissance women, I like modern women, I like traditional women, I like silent generation women, all of it, etc. Listen, I think women are beautiful. If you think I'm pandering, fuck you, okay? I think women are beautiful, undefeated, okay? So if that's what you're going to run with today and say that man is pandering, fuck you again. Okay, that's all I have for today. That's it. I'm 3 minutes over. We did 5 hours. I appreciate you all, everyone that stopped by. I think the max we had was 17, 16 at any point in time. Yes, so we got to make sure we stay on top of things. I'll come up with a strategy to make sure we keep doing lives and whatever we need to do to continue to feed this beast so that we can keep pushing the messages out there. Do me a favor today, Marriott, Chinye, Gracious Greatness, Chidima, Gracious Greatness, shout out to you. Who else was here earlier on today? Brother Ben was here, Brother Patrick was here. This is a long live stream. Grab the link to this video. Please help me share with somebody. Share it in the WhatsApp group. Just forward it to a few people in the WhatsApp group. So I will post it into our WhatsApp group, and just help me post it to, share it around, and then let's get the words going. All right. And I want to say thank you again. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. I will see you on the next one. Peace.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.